Ms. Guy?
Here.
Ms. Halstead?
Here.
Ms. Healy?
Here.
Ms. Randall?
Here.
Ms. Siegmund? And Dr. Warner?
Here.
Madam Cheryl, you have a quorum.
Who did you call? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms.
Second.
Randall, second by Dr. Chase. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, first item is School Board's FY23 operating budget and local funding request to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coordinating discussion for the board today is Mr. Fulmer.
Good evening, board members, or good afternoon, I don't know.
Whatever.
We're kind of in that in-between time. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of update you on, that's all right. Thanks, though. Update you where we stand based on our previous work session. I wanted to point out, there were documents attached to the agenda, two different documents that showed updated numbers. The summary that we've been working off this year, that at the bottom we have the proposed adjustments by the school board. Added 8 FTEs at the middle school level for a cost of approximately $575,000. The BCBA coordinator, 1 FTE, roughly $92,000. That includes benefits and all of these FTE numbers. Also, implemented the school-based funding allocation adjustment that we want to pursue in the near future, a cost of about $1.35 million. And then starting our PAYGO major maintenance of $1 million, just starting some of that cash funding of increasing that. The total increases were a little over $3 million, which brings your total budget now to $376.9 million. We did not update, this is for our historic board members that are used to this. This first left column with the numbers show our superintendent's funding request, and then we have the adjustments by the school board, and then we have the school board approved budget as it is proposed right now. You'll see that we have the $8 million in there, which is the increase as proposed by the county administrator. That $3 million increase that I mentioned on the previous document now shows as a funding gap for FY23. And with that, I will turn it back over to the board to discuss these additions and adjustments to the FY23 school board approved budget.
Have we gotten any notification from the state that there's going to be any change in their state funding? Because I'm seeing all sorts of stuff that may happen.
So I can take that. So currently it's in the General Assembly, so the House and the Senate have proposed adjustments to that. One gives us a little bit more money, one gives us a little bit less money, until it comes together and we have a final General Assembly adopted budget. Right now, our best scenario or best option is to go off what was in the governor's budget.
So, yeah, so what's going across the street, we aren't going to necessarily present it as this is what the school board added, is that correct? I mean, it is our budget, right?
Correct.
So I just want to make sure, because what you're presenting to us suggests that, and I want to make sure that's not what's going across the street.
Just to distinguish the difference between when the superintendent proposed it to us and what, after our discussion. And this is what we'll be discussing with, whatever we approve tonight will be what we're discussing with the supervisors at our meeting tomorrow.
Madam Chair, I have just a couple of suggestions, and I just want to thank the board for making the amendments that they made. There's a couple of them that are absolutely near and dear to my heart that were zeroed out in the original budget, the PAYGO major maintenance being one of them, school-based funding, which I absolutely was hopeful that we would land. If there's a request to pare this down at all in an effort to be more prudent with its recommendation to the supervisors, we really would like to take a hard look at staffing, and I don't doubt for a second that we need BCBA services or more staff at the middle school, but I really would like to have a more formulaic approach to that, and would like to look at that from the 30,000-foot view level before we get down to the 1-foot view level. I do not disagree that we need those positions, but I want to be very deliberate about how we apply them and not not in a loose format in any way, shape, or form, and be very specific about what we do. So if I were to make one suggestion based on where you are, or one recommendation, obviously, this is your budget, you can do what you want, but I would say for staffing ads, it may be more prudent to have a more holistic view next year in the '24 budget.
Dr. Chase, you suggested the middle school positions. How do you
Yeah,
feel?
and I think everybody, or a majority of the board indicated concern about that middle school schedule. I think if we don't get the money, then we can certainly talk about dropping that, but I don't see any reason to not request it. But that's me.
So I have two questions. One is, and Tom, to what you're speaking of, we still are expecting these 600 new students to hit our schools next year, right? And I can't remember what the percentage was for middle school, so is it smart of us to kind of say, you know, let's sacrifice that this year, knowing we're gonna be getting more students and we're gonna have more of this load coming on? I mean, I would kind of rather look through it and see if there's another place we could do it, if that's feasible to do, but I'm not sure I mean, I'm strongly advocating for those middle school teachers.
So there's a couple things that I would put in just for the board's thinking. The first one is we did accommodate for growth, and if you'll scroll up a little bit, Mr. Fulmer, we put in about 60 positions for growth right there at 3.7 million. About half of those positions are really student services. We've got some ESL teachers specifically earmarked, and about 20 general ed positions. That's pretty normal when you think about adding about 600 kids. You really have a good ballpark rule of thumb is to think one adult for every 10 students. Now, what that adult does can be everything from bus driver to paraprofessional to special education to gen ed. But having a ballpark of just kind of keeping that in mind, we are accounting for growth. And to the extent possible, and this is really the discipline that I'd like for us to move towards, is that we should not ever be adding positions to add positions.
Right.
We should be adding positions for two reasons. One, formulaically, a school has been allocated a set number of positions for whatever reason. And that could be differentiated, like you have a school that is higher needs, so they have a different funding allocation for positions. And the second one is programmatic. Now, I hear the concern about making sure that we have positions for middle school. Well, we did have those positions, they just weren't filled. And so I don't know that adding more FTE is the answer per se versus filling the FTE that we
That's
have.
interesting.
So I just would like to take and believe me, I'll take all the positions that this board wants to give me and that the supervisors feel is prudent to give me, because we could use all the hands that we possibly could. I think this board understands that I would put those people into school buildings, and that is where I think that those people belong. But I would like to do it the right way and not be, rushed is the wrong word, but I would like to do this in a more formulaic and deliberate approach.
So how many of those 20 general education, that's what that says up there, right, 20? I mean, that's teachers. Is that, did you have a specific number to divide by, like, hey, you know, 20 of, like, 5, 6 of these go to high school, whatever, how that works?
So it depends. And this is an important thing for us to get our heads wrapped around, and I'm actually hopeful that next budget cycle I'm sharing with you a staffing model so that you can literally see how things work. You could have a school full of elementary school classes that are staffed at 22 to 1, and everything is hunky-dory until one classroom hits that 23rd student.
Right.
Okay? And then all of a sudden, that triggers an extra FTE. So in some ways, you have to be mindful of that, and you may be running a deficit in some areas, or you may be running a surplus in others. It's important to note that when we get 600 new students, that they don't all show up in the same place. They show up across the county, and they show up in interesting places. So For example, if we were to add 20 students to a high school, that would actually have a relatively low impact to the high school. If we were to have 60 students show up at a high school, that also would have a relatively low impact to the high school. But it may have a tremendously high impact to an elementary school if those same 60 students showed up across the grade levels, because it may push class caps over by just one or two in a couple of different areas. So I'm reticent to say X number are going to high school, X number are going to middle school, X number are going to elementary school, because candidly, until they show up, we don't know. And that's the prudent way to
are
So
you
can I
saying-
just, my second, I'm sorry,
Well,
can
no,
I
go
had
ahead.
two questions before. So this is actually what we're going over to the school board tomorrow with this, yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, we're going to vote on that
I
tonight.
know where I am. But this is what we're bringing them, right? And so do we have a sense of the pushback we might get from them on this? Or is it sort of like, do we have a feeling of what it might be like, what they might say, other than just no?
I'm not going to answer that. Does anybody else want to jump in? Dr. Chase?
So, I've seen a few budget presentations. I know for me, one of the reasons I ran for the school board was a superintendent who didn't think we should ask for what we didn't think we could get. And I think that's a very poor strategy. I think that if we're not asking for, we aren't asking for everything that we would like, but we should be asking for, to go across the street and just say, well, you told us you'd give us 8 million, so that's all we're going to ask for, seems kind of not doing our due diligence of making the argument of what we need. So that's where I'm coming from, but,
Well,
yeah.
and Dr. Chase, I hope you don't confuse what I'm suggesting. I don't think that we should not ask for the positions, because I don't think that we should get them. I just want to build the credibility of doing a staffing model correctly before I ask for it. Again, I think the pay-go, I think, is a great avenue to go. I think that the supervisors have a very hard thing to consider when they choose not to fund major maintenance, or when they choose not to fund school bank accounts. I think that's a hard choice for them, and I have no problem putting them in that position. I do want to build the credibility, though, of being able to use what I asked for in very specific ways, without a bait and switch, candidly. I don't want us to be in that position.
And Dr. Taylor, when you come in next year, you're going to have a 5-year plan,
That's-
correct?
Yes.
And that will show proposed increases across the 5 years.
Yes.
Ms. Randall?
Yes. So I'm looking at this, and this is just my own confusion. I'm looking at this, and it shows 60 FTEs, but when I look at the operating budget, it shows 77. So how am I looking at this?
We added 15 additional bus, so those were just the 60 FTEs that were for growth.
Okay.
And we added 15 for transportation bus drivers. We added 1 communication specialist in transportation.
Okay.
And then 1 paraprofessional, which is for the world language.
Language immersion. Okay,
Immersion
thank you.
at Whitewater. Yep.
Thank you. And I also wanted to say, though, one of the things we need to remember, because this is where our options come too, is that when we received the budget, we also received the list of nice-to-haves, which were anything from, in our growth, in our programs, and that sort of thing too. So it's nice to have a nice-to-have list too. So, thank you.
Any other comments, Ms. Sigmund?
Kind of building off what Dr. Chase said about asking what we feel like we need or actually want. My question was, does it make sense to ask for more in PAYGO to get a jump start there, considering, we have a high school 6 coming, so you have a 20-year plan based on 2.5% of where we are now. How does that number change when we add high school 6 and potentially elementary school 18? Does it make sense to ask for 2 million now, 5 million now? And then adjust as reality hits us, but that number we anticipate 20 million won't be enough in 2 years
It will not.
if we get high schools, when we get high school 6. So if our goal is to actually sustain our buildings, I mean, we can hope that high school 6 won't need as much maintenance, but, if we're gonna go based on a formula, we need to go based on a formula. And if that formula needs to change and we're already behind the 8 ball, to me, it would make sense to try to get some money in here, some capital in here to make these changes and to support this infrastructure before it becomes a bigger nut later. So that's something I'd like to put out there. And also, I like the idea of the 8 FTEs in the middle school. I also worry, because we heard all year, well, we have all these openings, and there's something to be said for, does having too many openings make it harder to recruit, just make it easier to recruit? And I could go either way on the openings, but I just don't want it to look like people are leaving positions because we have so many open. So any feedback on that would be grateful.
Okay, I'm going to remind our board that we have a 2-hour work session, but we've got redistricting to talk about, and we've got the CIP. So I'd like to try to wrap this up in 15 minutes if we can. So did you want Dr. Taylor to address those questions, or the one about the
Yeah,
amounts?
every nickel that you invest in major maintenance is a nickel that you need to spend immediately. You'll see it, from Mr. White's presentation, we have many major maintenance projects that are unfunded, and the further we advance, the faster we advance on building up that capital reserve for major maintenance, the better positioned we're going to be. In terms on return on investment, that's a high return on investment spending strategy. That definitely has.
And I feel like we can kind of show them that even if, let's say we asked for 5, like the high end of what I was saying, we can quantify that.
Absolutely, because you have, and Mr. White, correct me if I'm wrong, or Mr. Anderson, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 70% unfunded major maintenance projects? 41%, thank you.
I think it's 70
41%.
million is what's on our.
Excuse me, 70 million, yes. You have 41% of your major maintenance projects are unfunded.
So I don't know.
That's every year.
It's up to the board on what a realistic ask would be, but I feel like 1 is probably, is good, but I'd rather ask for more, and if we have to pare it down, then we do. But I think we need to make a statement that our buildings need this work. And if it's going to take us this long to build buildings, the least we can do is at least try to maintain the ones we have. And that needs to be a kind of like a joint venture. We can't do it without the money, and they're the ones that help us get there. So, and I think we've heard it from enough citizens that they want us to take care of the initial investment, so that we, have good places for our kids to be.
Right, and that also goes to the parity issue, that if we can't keep our schools up, then there's not equal opportunities across the county. And I think we're going to be hearing more about that with redistrictings and other things going on, that, all schools are not in the same position. So if we made it 2 million, that would be, what, 5% of our,
It would.
of our unfunded?
Just,
But whatever we decide, we have to do it now, because Mr. Fulmer's going to have to go back and make these changes, because this is going to be on for a vote this evening, and we'll be discussing it with the Board of Supervisors
I
tomorrow.
certainly defer to those of you who have more experience with this process on what's realistic. I know we haven't made this particular ask before, but I feel like we do, we have a new board across the street as well, and it's an opportunity to, change the direction we generally go on this topic. So,
Maureen, is it also, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet that wants to? Dr. Warner or Ms. Guy? No?
So I just have a question. I almost feel like it is what's the worst that could happen if we asked for 3? Would they give us 1.5 thinking, you know what I mean? Like in that negotiation tactic, and I know that's not how it works, but you just never.
It doesn't work that way.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work that way. I get it, but is it possible to
wish.
be like,
For 10.
well, we're not gonna give you 3. Anyway, just to also see, just to, what Maureen is talking about here, or whatever, didn't we just read the article, they're gonna raise the taxes and do all this other stuff to be able to support the schools and all that. So how does all of that weigh into what we're, I mean, is that a year, 2 years down the road? Is that 10 years down the road? Like, what does that look like in terms of actually, if they're gonna use it for schools, then I'd like to see what that means. I'm assuming it's not for like this year, but I just was curious moving forward from this perspective.
The supervisors have a lot of choices, and they have a lot of funding demands, as you know. And they're kind of standing at a crossroads of how they want to support public education, and with increased assessments, they have a choice. They can equalize the tax rate, reduce the tax rate, or sustain the tax rate as it currently is, and each of those has different revenue outcomes. And based on what they choose to do will determine largely the access to revenue to fund some, all, or none of these efforts.
Such a Webster's Dictionary answer, but I think.
Dr. Chase?
So I guess my concern with taking the middle school FTEs out is just a year from now, or a little less than a year from now, when we're asked again about the middle school program of studies, is it then fair to say, oh no, we have to change that because we can't offer the classes because we didn't ask for the FTEs? So that's my concern. I mean, I'm willing to let those FTEs go, but I then don't want to hear a year from now, oh, we didn't offer any of those classes, and we need to gut that program because we did not support that program. So that's my question for you.
Well, my understanding was we are not offering the programs because we can't find staff that is qualified to teach those programs. It wasn't a matter of not having the FTEs. It's just that some of these areas are just so hard to recruit in. So I don't know, maybe that's a question for
No,
Dr. Taylor.
that's precisely it, and I absolutely appreciate and support the need to sustain a very robust set of programs at the middle school level. Ideally, all of those positions are filled, we're able to offer all of that programming. Your salary increase might accomplish that goal, maybe even better than offering the positions. And I sound like, in a lot of ways, the worst superintendent in the history of superintendents, saying, no, 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 please don't give me more positions. But what I'm really saying is, let's do the positions the right way and for the right reasons, not necessarily throwing more positions at something that is already in place. We just need to do it the right way.
I mean, it could be that there's a greater need at the elementary or the high school level. We really haven't had an assessment, and Dr. Taylor hasn't
Correct.
been here long enough to complete his evaluation. So if the board is interested in potentially trading the middle school, up it to $1 million and add it to the pay-go, I mean, we're still in the same range, but that's something that with all that unfunded, maybe we could get some of these things done that have been waiting literally for years. I'm just curious if we could find out what is the oldest thing on that list? It'd be interesting to
Question.
see what have we not funded and for how many years and years and years.
How long
has
have
it-
we been kicking that can
Has it,
down
has
the
it,
road?
has it gone down the road? But that's a possibility, because I do like that idea of increasing that, and that's just being prudent.
Can I ask, you talk about needing time to further develop your thought and model for the staffing, not just in middle, but elementary and high school and what have you. But when would we be able to see your information? How long do you need to put that together? Or do you need a full year cycle, or is it, what do you need?
For us to put together a shell staffing model of what our next school year would look like, because effectively we'd create a shadow model to mirror what our this school year upcoming should look like in a built-out format, so that then we can apply projected numbers to the following school year to build that. We should have something in place and done by August, September, at least, that's in a working format and have recommendations that we should be toying around with. Because I think you'll find that this is not the highest priority FTE ask, that there may be other FTE asks, that if I'm going to get a half dozen positions, I'd probably ask for high school assistant principals before I'd ask for this. I would probably ask for middle school support in the counseling office so that those folks weren't testing coordinators. I'd probably ask for special education coordinators to support our elementary school so that our assistant principals didn't have to do that. So there are some different priorities that I might come to the board with. But again, I'd want to make sure that that's the case. Another big moving target that the board needs to consider too is the physical space that we actually put these people in. And, you know, we have some schools that we take advantage, and Mrs. Healy certainly knows this as well, where we take advantage of class size reduction. And it's not the most efficient use of space. And sometimes that makes sense, and sometimes it doesn't make sense. And we need to be very deliberate when we make those choices as to what is the optimal scenario for us to consider and what's the trade-off in terms of cost benefit. And I think that that's just being fair, just to put it all out there, 30,000-foot view, what makes the most sense for Stafford County.
Dr. Warner?
Just to follow up on that. About 40 positions that are currently open, 40 to 50. And we often have salary lapse and other things. So there are other ways that we can fill these salary positions besides funding it now. And I would rather see the additional funds go to the PAYGO, just given how deep our well of 3R projects are.
And could we get that information by tomorrow's 5 o'clock meeting, just how long some of those things have been on that list? I think, because we're going to be discussing the budget, and if we're going to be, you know, this is the first time we've ever had this pay-go, I think that would help us make our, you know, our case more compelling. So is there any consensus on the board? We're at a work session, so we can't really take a vote or anything, but what would you like to see come back at the meeting for the budget for approval? Do you want to increase the pay-go to, what, 2 million, okay? 5. Well.
Maybe you'll get to if you go 5, you know what I mean? I always ask my dad for 20. He always gave
They're
me
investing in their assets.
Well,
You know, they're,
yeah. I've actually voted against budgets before that I thought were overly optimistic, but I mean,
I'm
do we need
comfortable.
5? Yes, we could absolutely use 5.
We could
I just,
absolutely use 5, but I'm good with 2, and I'm also good with holding off on the staffing positions until we have a better feel for what we need, because I think there are other ways that we can adjust staffing levels based on salary lapse and other things that often come up in the year.
okay. So, Ms. Halsted, how do you feel? Because you put that one position in, but that's certainly one Dr. Taylor would be looking at when he's doing
I
his
just want to be
evaluation.
confident when I landed in the budget, you'll know that I'm standing on 100% confidence. And that's really where I hope that this leads you, is that you take this as me wanting to be confident. And if I have a lapse in confidence, I don't want to put it forward.
So are we in general agreement? We'll delete the new positions that the school board discussed adding in, increase the pay per go to,
And knowing that
How many
if
million?
there's salary lapse or reconsiderations,
Yeah, we could,
he will bring it
I will
to
bring
us.
it back to you and ask for it.
and then perhaps, Dr. Taylor, when you come to that point, you could bring that to the board sooner rather than later on the evaluation and, you know, where we need the positions, but take particularly a look at the middle schools and the,
The BCBA.
BCBA.
And I have every faith that we need more BCBA services. I just want to tell you how much and where and under what ratio you should consider that. That's what I would rather you adopt a staffing standard than isolated positions, if that makes any sense.
How long would it take us to fill this position? I mean, how many BCBA coordinators? I'm assuming there's a large certification process and things
Yeah.
that have to be in place. So how easy is that search and how long are we talking about? So if we were to start that search this year, is that something that,
It wouldn't be, we'd find personnel.
so it's,
Mostly timing of
Yeah.
year that you put stuff up.
yeah.
Like,
All right, so we're not talking about like if this is a 2-year search for someone who's
No.
qualified to fill that level position, we would be able to, all right, I mean,
Because sometimes we go through agencies to get people, if we can't get a direct hire, we can go through agencies too.
okay.
Or we contract out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well.
I'm okay with, yeah, then I'm, as long as this isn't one of those things, because it's such a it seems like such a specialized thing, like, you know, hey, we might be able to get 10, I don't know, kindergarten teachers, but how do we get, you know, one BCBA coordinator, and how's that gonna affect our overall? But if you're saying that we have this capability to reach in and at least, you know, advertise for it.
Every position that lands in the budget, it would be the board's expectation that that position be filled. So we wouldn't advertise something that would have a time horizon that far out.
Okay, okay,
All right.
okay.
So we're okay with 2 million
Yes.
for the pay-per-go, and then the future investment in differentiated school-based funding would stay the same. So those two would be added into the superintendent's proposed budget. And that will be coming back to us to approve a budget. We actually approve a budget that goes across the street, and then once the supervisors give us their funding, it comes back to us to adopt. And then we may have to make adjustments based on the, you know, whatever funding that comes back to us. Okay. You got your,
I got it. Yep.
Thank
got
you,
what you
board.
need?
Thank you.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. All right, let's do the CIP next, and we're gonna be discussing this as well. I was hoping we could have both the budget and CIP done by 6, but I know that's not gonna happen, so let's try for 6:05 and give it a half hour. We've been through this before, but are we approving a CIP now, or we're just still
No,
in
no,
the
ma'am.
discussion phases?
This is
Okay.
just discussion.
Okay.
And what this is in preparation for is for the board to solidify some of its thinking in advance of tomorrow's meeting. This will come back before the board for finalization as part of your CIP process in the fall for the fiscal '24 adoption. But it may be in the board's best interest to think through some of its future aspirations in terms of capital projects now. If you have a change of thinking now, no sense in being married to a plan that you no longer agree with. And plus, I have huge confidence in Mr. Anderson. He's from Georgia, so he talks quickly.
All right, and so I think I'd like to ask the board tonight to focus on the priorities in the CIP, and let's not go down beyond well, we have to talk about the high school, we have to talk about the elementary schools, and, you know, maybe one or two others, but we can deal with the rest of it later on. But we need to be able to discuss our priorities tomorrow and to be able to defend, you know, the timing that we have, because we know there's a difference in the proposed time that we say we need a school, and when the supervisors have indicated that they will be funding the schools. So I don't think, is there any question that high school 6 is our number one priority? No? Okay. What about the timing on that? We've suggested opening in FY 2006. Supervisors have suggested that, so we're both in agreement on that. But, well, where are they? Oh, they moved it?
They're above us,
Well-
we're in parentheses, right?
Well, I'm looking at priority ranking. The blue column is us, right? SB preliminary estimated staff opening date, county approved. I see August 2005 in both.
Yeah.
F-25, 2026 starts in August 2025, is that what that means?
Yes.
It's correct. The fiscal year ends at the second half of the year. And what Mr. Anderson has,
Why
and he
is
can
it
point
the
this out
same?
for you, is the current CIP in summary format
Right, but
They're the
that's
same.
what they say.
Yeah.
in
But
the,
they approved it.
Yeah.
yeah.
So we're in agreement.
Okay, in your current CIP, yes, but we have some recommendations for you to consider. And
Oh.
Mr. Anderson, if you could just walk through
Scroll
those
down.
recommendations.
Sure.
Okay, well, we were in agreement. Go ahead.
Yep, good evening, school board members, and thank you, Dr. Taylor. I can start at the beginning really quickly. We have the agenda, which we'll talk about past, present, and future enrollment projections, as well as the long-term planning for the CIP. And then Mr. White will be up here speaking about some of the short-term strategies.
Do we, Has anything changed since our last briefing? I mean, we just went
Yes, I
through
can go
this.
through this really quickly.
Yeah, because we
problem.
really need
This
to
is-
spend time on these redistrictings.
Sure, this will be pretty quick. So you've seen this slide before. We continue to grow. Challenges we've talked about quite a bit, and glad to hear you speaking about major maintenance concerns. I think that's a big one. The current CIP, this is the CIP that was completed last year, and they're considering across the street while we're working on next submittal for the CIP. So this is just a reminder slide. It does show the differences in timing from the county-approved dates and the school board requested dates. Most dramatically, I think, for elementary school number 18, and that's a result of the program capacity versus design capacity discussion that continues. Here we've got the slide from the January 29th workshop, and we've made a few edits in red. We have the additional ECSE capacity and the rebuild of Gary Melchers actually combined as a Rising Star replacement, which includes some associated programs as well. And you've seen these priorities otherwise before, of course, high school 6, elementary school 18. We had the engineering analysis done for Hartwood and Drew, which is recommending replacement of those two schools. That's an adjustment in the updated CIP that we're proposing, as well as the elementary school number 19, which is a higher priority because there's some efficiencies that could be gained with building more than one elementary school at the same time. And then you finally see the Drew Middle School replacement, which is a change from the previously projected renovation for Drew.
So we're saying 3 elementary schools we need. We need ES 18, Hartwood replacement, obviously not on that property with that size, and ES 19. You're saying 3 elementary schools?
Yes,
Okay.
in elementary school number 19, we would be building it a little bit early, but it would be some cost efficiencies by being able to build the same model.
Yep, got it.
And effectively, potentially a 4th layout that is elementary sized in the early childhood center as a replacement for Rising Star as well. So effectively, 4 elementary sized buildings.
Yes, and then additional fleet services you see from last time. The blue has not changed since the 29th. One of the edits we made was for the turf project, which we heard some feedback that maybe that doesn't belong on this list. It could be a year-end project or other funding. So we've gone ahead and made that adjustment. And then finally have the fine arts wing, University of Mary Washington acquisition and renovation, middle school number 9, and then there's a combined renovation project to help catch up on the 3R list. And we've gone ahead and removed the bottom 3 priorities just to be able to focus on these top 11. So those are changes. And then with that, here are the prioritizations, just another way of viewing what you just saw in priority order. And I think that's what we were looking for, a little bit of feedback from you on.
All right, discussion, Dr. Chase.
Yeah, so I absolutely can't support, what is it?
Elementary schools.
3 elementary schools
Rising Star.
and a Rising Star before we do anything at Drew Middle School. I mean, anybody who's gone to that school has seen what that looks like for those students to continue. And I understand on this plan, it's saying FY 2028, but the supervisors have it down at 2032. And if we go over and say we need 4 more elementary school-sized buildings, I understand the cost efficiency, but I don't think it's happening. And I think we're just going to put those kids on the back burner for even longer.
How is the cost efficiency different if we're doing a middle school and 3 elementary school-sized buildings? I don't.
This is actually a great point of discussion for the board in how you prioritize things. What I would recommend that the board do is that if you flip them, you put Drew ahead of the elementary school projects, but leave the elementary school projects together as a group, because there are tremendous cost efficiencies, potentially enough to fund other projects, if you keep the elementary schools together as a group and either you build them at the same time or you build them in succession, because you could benefit from having a prototype design, which would save a tremendous amount of money. You buy one set of plans and you're effectively carbon copying the building, and you could save a lot of money. So really what you would be talking about would be prioritizing number 6 to number 2 and then shifting down, which is fine. That is exactly the board's prerogative, and you should do that. But
Yeah, and I could do that. I mean, my concern is we're doing this redistricting because we're running out of elementary school seats. I mean, I think the need for seats in elementary school, like one elementary school, will come before potentially, I mean, I don't know, priority-wise. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Can I piggyback on that? Because one of the things I think is in speaking both ways here, is that if we move Drew up to 2, there's, even when you have these 4, I'm gonna call them 4 elementary, I know it's 3, but when you have these 4 elementaries coming up, there's no, depending on where we are in our cost and whatever, as long as we have the plan for the elementary school 18, we could do, we don't, even though we have a prototype, it's not all 4 build, up at one time. And so if you had Drew ready to go and build Drew and ES 18 at the same time, we're still doing ourselves a favor by bundling, because finding the workers to do that is hard. So if I can move them from one site to another site even, but also I'm still concerned about the seats, taking care of it. I'm still concerned about Drew, which they need to stop painting their walls because their stuff is really good and I want it to go. And, I think we can kind of, I don't think it's, here I go again, I don't think it's an or, I think it's an and in this situation, at least to get the first one. And then whatever the timing works out, because you got to work out some of the kinks in the first design anyway to roll out for the other 3. Just my thought.
So why would we do elementary school 18, say, before Hartwood replacement? Because clearly, that district is where most of the growth was from the latest census, so clearly that's where a lot of the pressure is on our
Well,
capacity.
the replacements only give us several hundred seats. A new school would give us 900 plus.
Right.
So there's a significant number of seats, and we are going to be desperate for new seats along this corridor right here and down on 17.
the sad reality is that you need everything on the left side yesterday.
So, yeah.
Now, and it is a reality, and some of this also you have to consider as landscaping, and where you have sufficient land to build some of these projects. The Rising Star location at Gary Melchers has enough land to put a middle school.
Or another Rising Star.
Or another Rising Star. I mean, but it's like thinking through how you want to utilize your land as well as how you would scope these out into logical sequence. But you really should be building them one right after another or several at a time. And I recognize that the county might not be excited about that, but whether they're excited about it or not, to your point, Dr. Chase, is that we need them now.
And I also think we need to stop giving them a buy on the dates, right? Like, I see people in the community saying, why isn't the school board asking for these schools? And I'm like, we have been asking, and the dates keep getting pushed back. And I don't know if we should just keep the original date that we asked for it on the document at all times, so that it's clear that we asked for it. I mean, I'm sitting here going, 4 years ago, we were asking for it to be done by now, and now we're talking 32?
Okay, Ms. Guy wanted to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just feel like I have to raise my hand. Just a real quick question. You said we'd save so much money bundling and buying one set of plans. Just like, give me a figure. I need to know.
Millions.
10%
A
of
million?
10% of the school cost is for the design. So if a school costs 50 million, then that's $5 million.
You'd
But-
have
But we
small
still have to
tweaks.
pay though,
Yeah.
don't we, for
You-
those plans?
We would, and you would do small tweaks because the topography of every site will be a little bit different, and whatnot, but you'd be saving several million in your subsequent 3 projects. You'd eat a little bit because you'd have to, because early childhood centers are very different than elementary schools in terms of toileting needs and other school facility needs, but effectively, the exterior design, shell and whatnot, if you got a good prototype, could be utilized multiple times, and you could knock off some of your projects on downwind or even some of your 3R projects as well.
Ms. Halsted?
Yeah, so I have a couple questions, and I actually, one of my questions was, what makes Hartwood, the replacement of Hartwood Elementary, less of a priority than a brand-new elementary, since it's a new elementary? And that may be rhetorical at this moment, but,
Yeah.
the Drew Middle School, if that's so important, is there any benefit to tying a campus like elementary, middle on the same property? Is there a value, a dollar value there that we'd also be generating some savings and potentially killing two birds with one stone, like electricians on site one day, however that works. So that's a question I have. And then, I mean, the other one has to be, with high school 6 and getting that up and running and started, and seeing the cost of that, and I get that that's gonna be this big explosion of population of people going there. Why is there such a huge I mean, we're talking about $100 million more.
It's also, it's almost 3 times the size of an elementary school.
So it's not just all the bells and whistles that are going
Yeah.
into it, it's based on the capacity that it's going in.
Physical square
or whatever.
footage
Right.
and the,
So are we fundamentally thinking too small on elementary? I hate to say that,
No, they're-
but seating wise and
Yeah.
growth wise, and how many more times are we gonna be approaching this conversation?
they're very
Because there's still a
different.
lot of land for people
Yeah.
to sell on us.
They're very different fundamentally in terms of what goes into a high school in terms of programming, auditoriums,
Right.
gymnasiums. The media center space is very different. The classroom space is very different because you run gas lines to certain parts of the building in a high school for science labs and sinks and different things of that nature versus an elementary school, which may be very box-like in terms of its layout.
Does look a
And
kit.
it just doesn't need a whole lot, relatively speaking, in terms of the guts of the building itself. To answer your question, a better way to look at this, because they are separate priorities, they do have to have a separate numbering system, but what separates elementary school 18, Hartwood Elementary School, Rising Star, and elementary 19 is the tiniest of slivers. You could really call them 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. I mean, you really could. And, if there's one of those projects that becomes the newer elementary school, the 19 project, maybe a slightly less priority, but your complex at Gary Melchers is your worst physical plant in the district, by far, okay? It is closely followed by Hartwood and Drew.
Yeah.
So it is, you're accommodating growth with a couple of your projects, but really you're replacing what you have and gaining seats at the same time. So why does elementary school 18 slightly edge out Hartwood barely? Number of seats. It gives you more flexibility. It gives you more options and more opportunities to do your work. But what you need to do is you need to have a plan to replace Hartwood Elementary School very quickly. You need to have a plan that if you want to continue to offer early childhood services in the southern half of the county, we need to have a plan to replace the Rising Star facility. If we want to continue to offer middle school services along 95, butting up in between Gale and Dixon Smith, we're going to need a new middle school that's going to have more seat capacity and that's going to be a better physical plant than what we have at the Drew site right now. And so what separates your number 1 through really your number 10 is very, very little, or really between number 1 and number 8 is very little in terms of a margin of your priorities. The question is where do you want to start? Because really any of them we could start with. And
I just think that we need to move Drew up and then bundle the elementary schools. And not to say that one is more of a priority, but I don't want it to get lost in the elementary school construction bubble. I think that it's got to be a priority to move that middle school up first. And then however the elementary schools fall out, part of it is land acquisition, where we put them. And like with Rising Star, we have to be very cognizant that where we put it is accessible for the southern half of the county. So those things are going to also interfere with our ability to do that. But Drew, you said we could put on the same site? We could start new construction on the exact same site?
It's possible, or we are looking at the Gary Melcher site, the Rising Star site, because there's almost 30 acres there, whereas there's only about 15 acres in the current Drew site. So it's- and also the traffic issues at Drew are more significant than they would be at the Gary Melcher site,
But the Drew site might
because
then be a good site for
Early
their
childhood.
early childhood.
It's
Because
true.
it's very accessible.
Drew would lose its fields if we tried to rebuild on it, at least while we're
Temporary.
rebuilding.
Right, right.
No, but still, that's a
Yeah,
hardship.
It's just an option, and then we need to be looking at new land, and there is the possibility of having land big enough to build a middle school and an elementary school together, which would also be a way to be very cost-effective.
I like the idea of the 3A, B, C,
Yeah.
just making it very clear that we're doing that bundling, because I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I also just wanted to piggyback on something Ms. Sigmund has brought up on a number of occasions, which is are looking for an elementary school site on the eastern side of Route 195 along Courthouse Road somewhere, or somewhere in that area, because the projections for Stafford L are pretty terrifying, and we're
5
already
years.
busing quite a few students from the east side of Route 1 over to the west side. So just to explore that question.
Dr. Chase, what, east side of one, where would we be talking, like,
Right around here.
Around here.
so right around where the original, where Stafford Elementary already is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or even further. Further.
Further
Kids
east.
from-
Further east,
Kids from
okay.
around here, where we are
Got it.
actually going up to Burns or to Winding Creek.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then that
See,
doesn't
this
even
is mine.
include the projections for,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, transportation,
yeah.
for sure. I'll go after Ms. Sigmund.
I have a question on the Drew Middle School replacement. This 1,100 minus the 650, is 650 the current capacity, and that does not include the Heather M. Field School?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Right, it does not include the,
So when we
650.
rebuild Drew, would we include the Heather M. Field?
that still remains to be seen. I know we're looking for other options for the day school, even currently, to help possibly relieve the crowding at Drew sooner. But that depends on how the plans go for the Heather Anfield. It certainly could be included.
Okay, well, I mean, I would support moving Drew up just because it's desperately needed this for so long.
Yes.
And if we leave it down on number 6, it's not going to happen in, the foreseeable future. Ms. Sigmund?
I just wanted to know, is there any hope for repurposing Hartwood or Drew as structures for other purposes? Even, like if we build high school or elementary school 18 as a Hartwood replacement, can Hartwood be used as a lower impact school? I see Rising Star, like a early childhood, because there'd be far fewer people there, or is it just like,
Or could it be a Heather
As a-
Enfield?
Or other county facility, so yes, and that's not the best site for a school because of the well water
Right.
that's there, which I know y'all are very familiar with.
oh yeah.
But that would be something that comes into play here. For Hartwood, for Drew, that land is probably very well situated
Yeah.
for one of our options here.
But the building itself is not really usable.
It's, you're throwing good money after bad
Okay.
on that building, and that's pretty much what the engineering analysis showed us.
That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Okay,
Yes.
so can we wrap up? So we want to leave high school number 6 as number 1. We want to move Drew Middle School replacement up to number 2. And then 3A would be elementary school 18. 3B would be Hartwood Elementary replacement. 3C would be Rising Star replacement. And 3D would be elementary school 19.
And so do we also want to add that Drew Middle School potential rebuild on the early childhood site? That way, nobody's interrupted in their service of school if you build it back there, is that correct?
If we leave it as middle school replacement, we don't have to define where it's going to
Right.
be
Okay.
built.
Yeah.
But
I'm just
this-
saying for
This cost is
considerations.
just for the construction costs, correct? You might want to
No
footnote
land?
that if we need to build it other than on the current site, there will be an additional cost for the land.
That's right, and we'll have more time to develop these projects, so that'll be part of what we develop between now and July.
But we're going to be
is
discussing
basically
this
when we'll have
tomorrow,
it.
so I just wanted to know, like,
Yes.
Yeah.
cost-wise, how are we?
It's a very important decision, and I think that decision needs to be made as the projects are developed.
So I also want to point out that when I originally was on a CIP committee that did the 5 elementary schools, we were told that the 6th elementary school that wasn't on our consideration was Hartwood. And Grafton finished their renovations in 2014. Moncur was supposed to follow, Ferry Farm is to follow. Of course, we're in 2022, and Ferry Farm's not even done. So I'm just, Hartwood should have followed even after that. So when we're talking about these elementary schools and if we can bundle and if they're doing it at the same time, I just really want to make sure we give consideration to Hartwood because they should have been started like 4 years ago.
Right.
And for a renovation,
Sure.
that was a renovation.
Sure.
So that's just my thought.
But now it's a replacement.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that needs to be.
Yeah, I remember when we did those 4, we weren't really looking at Hartwood for the renovation because of the well and septic. It's always been what are we going to do with Hartwood? We really need to build on a site that has public utilities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. High School 7 was,
Well,
was a project that the county added to the list because it could start the planning stages within the 10-year period. But we didn't put it on our list because it would not be completed with the 10 years.
All right.
We are, yeah.
All
You
right,
can see it was
so for
on the list.
purposes of the discussion tomorrow, when we move Drew Middle School replacement up, what suggested opening date do we want to have? If it's going to be priority number 2, it's the timing is going to have to move up as well.
I do too.
Is that,
I would agree.
and then do you want to have the first 2 elementary schools 1 year and the second 2 the next year? Because realistically, there is no way, even if we had the funding,
Yeah.
we could not possibly build 4 schools in 1 year.
Correct.
You wouldn't find a contractor that could take that on. Or even 4 contractors. All right. Well, so if we move Drew Middle School replacement up to priority number 2, what year do we want that to open? We can't really have the number 3 open before number 2, or else it wouldn't
So
be
you're
the-
saying move it to the 2027, or August 2026, FY '27, right?
Yes.
I don't know, what, Dr. Taylor, is that what you would
Yes.
suggest?
That would be an expeditious timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't,
For,
it's
that's
not
for
going to be a pri-
Drew, but then these all
Priority.
these 3 are all the same.
So you would be looking at, actually, you may want to do fiscal '26 and try to open in '25 for Drew. At
Right.
least put it out there.
Really?
And then, yeah, and then do '27 for elementary school 18 in Hartwood, open in '26. And then for the subsequent 2 projects, the Rising Star replacement would be fiscal '28, open in fall of '27, and elementary school 19, also fiscal '28, open in '27. So you would be targeting 2 openings. Okay.
Well, and I think my concern is pushing Hartwood Elementary back. I'm not saying the building's gonna fall apart tomorrow, but not having the expectation that that building has its own urgency attached to it. I'm just concerned if we put a very late, like a later, if we push that back any further, we may lose some of the urgency regarding that building anyway.
County doesn't think you should do it at all.
But they're gonna do a roof on there, right?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
We've done a major roof repair.
Right.
and yes.
If funding became available, we could, of course, move any of these projects.
Yeah,
And
right. I
that's-
just wanted to make sure, I mean, I know, because I know the stuff that's on paper means a lot to the people to see.
And to the.
And
The
so,
county does not have a Hartwood replacement on the CIP at all.
Right.
So.
But it's not, but they don't want it there
Yeah.
because there's no
So,
water, well, and
yeah,
sewer.
so,
Right,
so
right.
us even putting it on the CIP is a big step. And us jumpstarting.
Bold.
Us jumpstarting, they have an elementary school in 2032.
Okay, right on time.
perspective, my
Right.
daughter graduated from 31, so there you go.
All right, so that's good for purposes of our discussion tomorrow. All right, you got that?
I do.
And then you're going to bring the 3 Rs with the,
Yeah, we'll have
Oh,
some
this-
data to support.
I want to bring the 3 Rs for the discussion, moving back to the budget on why we're asking for the 2
Right,
million
sure, we'll have some
to
data
start
to
funding
support
these.
that.
Okay, all right.
And can I ask one thing about the 3R list? When you bring it, does the technical review committee have a list of their projects, and will we be getting that tomorrow? Do you know?
I am not sure if they'll be handing out the projects from the other groups that were in the technical review committee, so.
I just wanted to see if we could see that one long list in the priorities.
Yeah, I think it's focused on the schools, but they may have that information, and we could certainly get it.
Okay, I would like that.
All right.
Thank you.
That
All
brings
right.
us to the
Okay, thank you.
redistricting. Welcome. All right, if we can wrap this up in 45 minutes, we can have 10 minutes before we start.
All right, we're gonna do that.
Short-term strategy for elementary schools.
All right, let's get
right,
to it.
Yes.
We've seen this before. This is projected elementary seats next school year. Of course, red on the map is not good. That means there's crowded. Also, the burnt orange is not good. Anything that's green or light yellow is good. That means there's
Listen,
seats
can you turn the
available.
lights down a little, because you can't hardly see the screen over here. If she turns the
Also-
lights down a little, we can.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a little better.
See this light?
Oh, let's see here. Okay, is that better? All right, that's better. Okay.
Put you into view mode so that you can go big here. Full screen mode.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Okay, all right.
All right.
All right, we all recognize this.
All right, so y'all recognize this and
Much red.
cheat sheets on the right, the cliff notes are on the right, just so you know. All right, so then let's look at 5 years from now. We see we have a big problem, southern quadrant, particularly southwest quadrant, where there is a great need for more seats. And that's why we're talking about Hartwood and other schools. Okay, so let's talk about scenario A. This is a scenario we presented last time. Again, this one has 80 students being reassigned, potentially, from Hartwood to Brent. Okay, so since the last time we've talked, staff has put together Hartwood boundary change scenario B. This scenario, sort of big picture, would reassign 136 students from 6 planning units, and it would also involve redistributing students among 4 schools, which would be Brent, Falmouth, Hartwood, and Rocky Run. All right. And I'm going to move on. Okay, now let's get to Parkridge scenario A. You saw this last time. This was the scenario.
Can we discuss these one at a time, because
Okay,
I
sure.
don't want to
wouldn't-
roll through and then come back. We'll
Just
deal
do it
with
while we're at
one
it? Okay,
and
no
and
problem.
roll. Okay, all right, so Hartwood.
Okay, so let's talk about this one. Just give you a little more detail on this. It reassigns 3 planning units from Falmouth to Brent. And so you'll see the shaded polygons sort of west of where it says Falmouth. Those planning units would go north to Brent. And also there are 2 planning units, 222
Can
and.
you show us which ones you're
Sure, I'm sorry.
point to as you're going?
So these would be reassigned from Falmouth Elementary going to Brent here. And then there's this planning unit here and a planning unit here. These 2 would be moving from Rocky Run over to Falmouth. And then lastly, this planning unit here is currently at Hartwood. It would be reassigned to Rocky Run. And so you may ask, well, why are you doing all this? So really it boils down to the net impact of the boundary change. It involves more schools. That's one of sort of the challenges of this scenario. But at the same time, it's moving fewer students. So in that, let me be clear. Rocky Run would be adding less students, like not much, literally a handful. But it would be adding less students in this scenario. So it's not that it's going to overcrowd Rocky Run because the planning units that's slated to move out are actually have more students by like 5 or 6. So it's sort of equal. If I had to compare scenario A and B, the differences, obviously, a different set of students are slated to move. In scenario A, it would just be, Hartwood to Brent, simpler. One school to the next that's adjacent. In this scenario, it involves a little more students and more schools involved in the redistricting.
So I have just a real issue with planning units 222, 160, and 144-1, because all of those schools were just redistricted. So what we're saying is a student who started in 222, that unit, they were at
To these units
Sure.
when people
Yeah.
mention them.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is 222, it's fairly small here, but
So
there's a lot of kids. in
they
it.
were at Brent in 2018, they were in Rocky Run from 2019 to 22, and then they would be in Falmouth at the beginning of 22. So that means a kindergartner and a first grader who started at Brent, before they finish elementary school, they will have gone to 3 elementary schools. And Planet Unit 160,
This
they
one here,
started at Ferry Farm,
7
then they went to Rocky Run, and now we're moving them to Falmouth. And then Unit 144.1, they started in Falmouth, then they went to Hartwood, and now we're telling them they need to go to Rocky Run. And for me, that's just, I just can't ask families to have 3 different communities for elementary school. So it's a problem for me with this plan, but that's my.
I also, in looking at this plan, I feel like we're moving students from Falmouth to Brent in order to move students from Rocky Run to Falmouth. So I don't like that kind of domino effect, but also fundamentally, our problem is a capacity issue at Hartwood. And I know it's painful to do redistricting for all families, but to me, this scenario really passes the pain on to other families in other districts and doesn't really address the underlying problem, which is Hartwood has a capacity issue. And we can't add capacity to Hartwood because of its septic and water problems. So I get that this is, moving 7 planning units is painful. I don't know if it would be possible to, if we eliminated Planning Unit 204, which is the one physically closest to Hartwood Elementary School, that would reduce our impact down to about 57 students, but I don't know if that would give us that 5-year window to know maybe where our elementary school is going to go and how we could adjust that. So I don't know if it gives us enough time.
So, just for the record, some of this too is based on really the transportation piece of this and the amount of land geography that'll be covered, that'll have to be covered by these Hartwood families now. And not just the Hartwood families that are there, but these kids. Some of these kids live a mile from the school. Their parents drop them off, hit the road or whatever, go to work. We're asking them now to take on the burden. Now, that's not just the burden of having to travel as a kindergartner 45 minutes in the bus to school. It's the ride home, number one, like in the afternoon, whenever that ends up being. But it's also increases our potential for accidents, increases our potential. I mean, the more land mass we're covering with these kids, clearly we take on additional liabilities to that. So in looking at the map, I mean, if Brent were actually where the word was right there, I wouldn't have any problem. I would be like, great, send them there. But it's so far over on the other side. And I get what you're saying about Hartwood really having the bulk of this. But and Lionel and I have discussed this, to me, to cover this geography, it's not an acceptable solution because these aren't high school kids that can tune out on their iPods for a 45-minute trip. These are first and second graders and kindergartners.
So I have a little
Ms.
issue.
Ms. Guy wants to speak. We'll make sure we get everybody
Just,
one round.
I understand what you guys are saying, and I am not as familiar with the terrain, all right, in the south, but then you guys got to go back to the drawing board because moving those kids a third time, I just don't understand how we do that.
We can't do
I
that.
mean, seriously.
All right, anybody hasn't spoken that wants to speak? Ms. Randall?
So one of the things, I think, again, in terms of is I feel like there's some populations in A that we could still move. I see what, like, when Liza and, I'm sorry, Dr. Warner and Ms. Halstead are talking about what the planning unit 204 or 204.1, those 23 kids, I can see their access to their school is super close. But I'm wondering if we couldn't go, because I'm also not interested in moving kids for a third time, and I'm also not interested in the domino thing as much as we can avoid. But what if we could take some from scenario A and any other, the idea is to relieve Hartwood. Hartwood has to be relieved. We don't need to relieve or, move kids out of Falmouth to move kids into Falmouth, move kids out of Rocky Run to move kids into Rocky Run. I don't think we need to do that. But is there a way that we can move a population out of Hartwood from
Excuse me,
A
can we not
and
have the
B
sidebars because?
to into
we need to
Margaret
listen.
Brent? That's my question.
Can you, I'm sorry, just say that last part.
Okay, is there any way that we can take students from part of scenario A, which is removing kids out of Hartwood into Brent, and looking at even still some of the Hartwood kids in scenario B and moving them as well? And because I really don't, with Rocky Run and the trailers and everything, I really don't want to do anything else with
Do you
them
have a
either.
suggestion, is my question? Like, do you have a suggestion what you're saying, like from A, take kids from A?
Well, the only one unit that I would take out of A is the 204.1. I would agree, because that's super, super close. And again, I'm not familiar with the driving area, so I don't know how far out these other planning units are. But I don't know, is there I don't know there's no planning units here for me to note. So I don't know if any of these planning units would be okay to go to Brent. I don't see they're not labeled, so I can't describe them. I'm just describing another part of the Hartwood footprint. But again, I don't know that I would support moving, the kids in and out of Falmouth again or in and out of
So
Rocky
just to be
Run.
clear, I did not know that this would be the third time. And we were really just thinking outside the box and kind of strategizing and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that, although it might be like, hey, we're moving again, I don't think it would be that far.
Oh, no.
In my utopia. I know.
The other thing is, I'm not comfortable moving students into Rocky Run, given that we already have learning cottages there. So I think Rocky Run's got to be kind of off.
Well, do we want to relook at A? Is, Ms. Halstead, your concern is
Well,
that we're
I'm
moving
going to
kids
tell
that
you,
are too
I'm
close
not
to the
comfortable,
school?
I'm not comfortable with A at all. So if this means
Every
going
single
back
one
to
of
the
them?
draw, yeah. Oh, because of to take them all the way over to Brent, to me, is not an acceptable, it's not a viable option. I mean, you're talking about the windy, curvy roadways that are out in the back of Hartwood and up in the end and all that. I mean, we already can't get kids to school when it's cold and snowing and icy and all that other stuff, and it lasts for days. So the geography of the schools is so confounding that the locations of the school is literally so confounding that I would rather say Hartwood's not redistricting at all this year and by a year than have to tell these families, your kindergartner or you now has to take a 45-minute bus ride, or I don't know how they're going to fit that commute into their day.
So I guess one concern I have is in scenario B, the 3 planning units I didn't mention, they will have as long a drive or longer than the ones that you are upset about the drive. And the other thing is, I would have to ask Mr. White to check, but I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 of those planning units used to be sent to Brent, and it was agreed that that was unacceptable during the last redistricting.
Wait, I'm sorry, which planning? Just tell me which plan-
130, 130.1,
Yeah,
and
okay, because we did
145.
map them out to see, and you're right. And again, this was just a shot in the dark to see, to have a place to talk.
Sure.
And to see like if there were other sorts
I
of.
would be happy to meet with you and Mr. White.
Yeah.
Given that I've done a couple redistrictings, either been a parent on a committee or was actually a school board member on a committee. But you're moving children from my district. I wouldn't meet and recommend moving children from your district without talking with you about it.
Okay, well, excuse me, we've got a half hour left if we're going to stay on our track, and we've got 3 more redistrictings to talk to. The question is, what do we want to send to the community meeting and put out for the public hearing? Is there possibility, Dr. Taylor, that we could come up with some other scenarios? And there is always, the kicking the can and not doing anything, you know.
Yeah, I would advise that the board do land on a scenario because of the water issues at Hartwood,
Right.
that there needs to be a solution. Trailers, unfortunately, are not a solution because of the water issue. We could present a scenario C if Dr. Chase and Ms. Halsted can find an occasion this week to,
Or perhaps a revised B.
or a revised B
Revised
or
B.
a
But that's
revised
fine.
A or.
Dr. Chase, do you have availability this week to meet? Because Friday's a better day for me because I work from home, so I'm more flexible on my schedule.
I could possibly meet if you want. Right, well, I mean, just to
Wait,
look
and
at it from a
It doesn't have to be. I mean, we
redistricting
can scrap
perspective.
B altogether. Like I said, this was the first time I had looked at it, which is why I went just to talk to Lionel about it. And when we were looking at things, it was the geography question, like, hey, these kids are here, whatever. And not to simplify it or understate the importance of moving your kids. That wasn't the intention. But I'm happy to scrap B and go back to the drawing board. I'm not comfortable asking these families all the way out here to have their child travel. Their high schoolers, I might do it. I might say yes, but not their elementary
All right,
kids.
well,
So
let's
pick it. We can talk offline.
Let's
about
pick-
what
I have a
let's keep
quick-
A
a quick-
and look at a proposed revised B.
Okay.
Revised B, not necessarily with these, but was a B other than this one. Was that acceptable? But we need to have something, that can go,
Right.
out to the public. But
question.
let me let Ms. Guy speak first, and then
I
we'll get
just
to
had
Dr.
I just
Warner.
wanted clarification really quick, because this redistricting right now we're speaking about is for the issue at Hartwood specifically.
Yes.
Correct? It's
Yes.
not necessarily impacting any other school
Well,
in the
Brent.
southern end.
Brent,
No, I
because-
meant like
receiving end.
yes, but I
Yes.
meant
Yes,
the
just
problem.
just Hartwood.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dr. Warner, and then we're going to
I just
move on
have
to
one
the
quick
next one.
comment. The planning unit 144.1 is mostly apartments and townhomes. That's how they're 48 students. And I'm just not sure that those parents,
Where are you?
Here on the map.
on scenario B,
Scenario B where the.
that,
Oh, the pink one.
that planning unit is mostly townhomes and apartments. So I'm a little uncomfortable making sure that those parents are represented and have a voice in this decision.
All right, so are we all right with leaving A and asking staff and Ms. Halsted and
Ms. Chase.
Dr. Chase, and if you want my help, you can, have me chime in, having survived a number of these
Okay, so I'm gonna.
situations, but we will have a Plan B to present.
Okay.
Is that good with everybody? But it won't be this Plan B, and I would suggest that we not include anyone who's been moved twice, and ideally not anyone who's been moved once within the past 5 years for the elementary.
Okay.
So what, the intent is, if you're in the first grade and you get moved, you would not get moved again before you get to or if you're in the kindergarten, when you get moved, you wouldn't get moved again. All right, that brings us to Parkridge, and we've got 2 more after this one.
Okay, so you've all seen this scenario A, so I'll just go really quickly on this. This scenario in total would move 340 students. This is one of those domino effect boundary changes. It involves 3 schools in order to balance enrollment. The schools involved would be Winding Creek, Parkridge, and Garrisonville. So now I'm going to move to scenario B. This is a scenario that would reassign 6 planning units or 175 students from Parkridge to neighboring Garrisonville. So the planning units sort of shaded in or with the stripes that I'm sort of running the cursor over. This is the area in question. So this is scenario B, which is very similar to scenario C.
Can you do that again? Do that one
I feel like I'm in the doctor's office. This one
I know. Yeah,
or this one?
exactly. That, and then do it.
Which one's better, this one or this one?
The eye doctor.
One more time.
One more time, okay. This one,
You're taking out the walkers?
this one, or this one?
Okay, thank you.
Is-
Okay, so in scenario C, it takes out the walkers.
Takes
So
out-
there's students in that planning unit that has 23 students. I'm blind, it's 22, oh. It's 23 students. I was trying to read that planning unit number. I need to go to get my eyes checked. But this planning unit here, there are some students in the walk zone, and in scenario C, they're not included. And because of that, it goes from 170 plus students to about 152 plus students. This scenario is very similar to scenario D. Scenario C, scenario D. What scenario D does, it adds this planning unit 254.2 to potentially be reassigned here to Garrisonville. But what it does is it does create an island. If you'll notice here, this is Embry Mill, and so this planning unit sort of blocks that off, and you'd have two pieces. That's one of the challenges, you know, it could be. But I just wanted to mention that to you because, you know, people will talk about islands. I don't want it to be a surprise to you.
So D would take the most students out of Parkridge, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that does not include the walkers?
And it does not include the walkers.
Do we know how many of those students actually walk versus car rider or
We can get that
daycare
information.
van or anything like that? Because
I can tell you that the
it's
students.
a high-traffic road, so, you know, as an elementary parent, it's not something I would send my kids out to walk by themselves. Again, they're elementary students, so we do have a lot of daycare vans. So I'd be curious to know how many walkers they actually have on a daily basis.
So I just want to be clear, are we talking about, and I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing?
Yeah.
You want to know how many walkers there are in this planning unit?
No, I mean that actually walk.
That actually
Like
walk?
if you ask the front desk how
Okay.
many students are actual walkers
Got it.
versus car riders or daycare van riders,
Okay.
you know, that number is different than how many are actually districted to be walkers.
Got it. I'll try to get that information.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Madam Chair, are there any of these scenarios for Parkridge that the board would
Correct.
want us to not bring to the
There are people
public
that don't get a bus,
as
no matter
we
what.
prepare for next steps?
Maybe C because it moves the fewest students.
Well, if you'll indulge me, I would like to see A removed, because that had two reasons. One, it's a dominoes, and you're moving 175 kids that don't have anything to do with an overcrowded school.
Additionally,
We can
those students
eliminate
were
that.
also moved out of Winding Creek
Yeah.
3 years ago.
That's right.
So,
So can we agree that A will not come back? All right, and what about the trailers? Do we need to, isn't that one of these
Yes.
proposals? Kurt, can we eliminate the 8 cottages at Parkridge?
yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, so
Okay.
that's not going to come back.
No A.
All right, so then we have B, C, and D. B has the walkers, and as I understand it, B would remove 175 students from Parkridge to Garrisonville. Is that correct, Mr. White?
Yes.
All right, that's B, and C, looking for C here.
What, 152 plus or minus?
152.
Yep.
And D would be 179, so D would be the highest. Do we want to remove C because, I'm trying to keep it simple for what goes out to the public. Now, Ms. Sigmund, this is your district,
Well,
what do you?
So here's where, at what point, percentage-wise, do they turn orange or red?
Over 100.
So I just want to keep in mind that none of these get me below 100% at Parkridge. So, and that's my, you know, my goal is to, especially because Embry Mill is still building, it's not, you know, the growth there is expected to not slow down. So I don't want to have to do this again super, super soon.
Yes. If I could.
I don't want to draw out the process. I want to try to reduce class sizes or the attendance at Parkridge as much as possible for as many people as possible, rather than adding more later. And that's going to suck, and I understand it. But at the same time, keeping a school at 104%, 105%, knowing that we're still going to be taking in more kids.
101, well,
Well,
B is
some of
100.
them-
And D is 100,
C is at 104, so,
Oh.
okay, good.
Yeah.
So we're on to B and D.
B and
Okay.
D. Do-
Would you agree that those are two that we could consider, or do you think something else needs to be done?
And this is what would
No, I
be brought
think
back
B
for
and
the
D.
public hearing
Yeah.
and presented at the community meetings. So do we want to eliminate this and just present B and D for
Yeah.
the community meetings?
Yep.
All right, and Mr.
Okay.
White, are you going to tell us that 100 really isn't 100, that it could really be 95, or?
Yeah, so I want to say,
This is- He had to explain this to me. This is the new math.
right, so the new math is, when you see 105, I wouldn't get too excited. 104, I wouldn't get too excited, because sometimes we have larger cohorts that move through, and then they leave. And they're replaced by, a large fifth grade class leaves, smaller kindergarten class comes in. That's just normal, the normal way schools work. So I wouldn't be concerned if it's under 105%. That's just my personal take from doing this for a little while. I've seen it happen. And also I want to point out, in these scenarios, we are talking about 175 or 179 students. That's significant for that building, that many students are going to Garrisonville. So it's not just because you're 104, no, it's 100 and some kids are going someplace else. That's going to be a tremendous help.
Together,
Yes,
for that purpose,
Right.
yeah,
I like
yeah.
All right, so when these come back, they're not going to be B and D, they'll be
A and B.
A and
New
B.
A and new B.
A new A and a B.
Yes, so I'll
Okay.
create a new A
All right,
and
so,
B.
so far, we're going to have, for Hartwood, we're going to have an A and a B TBD.
Yes,
And then for Parkridge, we're going to have the scenario B and scenario D re-lettered
okay.
there. All right, so
All right.
are we okay to move on to Conway? All right, Conway.
Let's move to
We only
Conway.
have one for Conway. Well, we got
So
6 relocatables.
that's another option, yes.
Do we want to reduce those relocatables or eliminate them completely?
Can, we want to go through this
Yeah, let's
scenario?
go
Yeah, go ahead with
Okay.
the scenario. so everybody-
I'm just moving to the bottom line, people. It's like, keep us
All
on
right.
track.
I'm going to move fast here.
Still
So-
have the middle schools.
This scenario proposes to move 76 students in total from Conway to Grafton Village and to Ferry Farm. And you'll see in the cheat sheet notes on the right-hand side that next year it brings all 3 schools to a reasonable capacity. And then 5 years out, you see what it does to capacity. So this is a helpful scenario. Although I must say, I did get a call. I'm in conversation with the principal, and he said, "Hey, Lionel, I know you're looking at this, numbers that way, but it still doesn't address the program needs of his school." So he thinks he still needs, and it's true based on our program capacity, he needs more space. So I just want to
much?
communicate that very clearly.
Is there
much
any
more?
way to move a program, though? Or is it
Well-
location-wise, it needs to be there?
Right,
Like,
so-
I'm wondering, could we move it into Grafton or Ferry Farm with their
It's-
space?
No, I
No?
think what he needs probably is not 6 trailers, but I think this plan might get us down to like 2 trailers or 2 relocatables. And the reason is, because of the population they have to do a lot of pullouts. So they have a lot of like being pulled out to work with the ESL teacher, or being pulled out to work with a reading specialist or a math specialist. And if you go visit Conway, they are doing that in the atrium. Like, you walk into the school and they are doing their pullouts in the atrium. So to me, this is a great way to get us from 6 to maybe getting us to 2, but you all would have to, staff would have to ascertain whether I'm right about that. So
Yeah.
All right, so can we reduce the 2, but it would be, it really wouldn't be an option. It would be a proposal. There's no alternate. Now, do we just have one boundary change for
Yeah.
Conway? All right, so, is there another one?
Oh,
No, that's-
there's just scenario A.
All right, well, all right, scenario A plus 2, whatever you want to call them.
Learning cottages.
Oh, yes, learning cottages.
Yeah.
All right,
All right, so let's
No,
move to
that's
middle
fine.
school.
all right.
All right, so next year, middle school, you see that Drew is slated to have a deficit of 53 seats. 5 years out, 133 seats. Also, pool pops up on the radar, pops in the red. One of the things we'll notice, just talking about Drew and Dixon Smith, there appears to be some space there to potentially move students. All right, this one isn't that easy, though. I just want to be clear. Scenario A, staff brought to you last time, 197 students in these 8 planning units. On paper, this looks great. When I talk with instructional leaders, they don't like this one because they feel it's very disruptive to the school in terms of when those students leave, now there's going to be, instructionally, they're going to be able to offer less courses for students because the enrollment's going to drop significantly.
Oh, my gosh.
And they're
We
already,
were there before. Yeah, that is a problem with Drew, because we've actually had situations where we couldn't offer, once we couldn't offer drama, there were certain programs we couldn't offer because there weren't enough students. But what do we do? What's the answer?
so let's get to scenario B. We move fewer students. That's another option. This moves 5 planning units, 112 students. And then there's scenario C, which moves even fewer students. This one does 58 students in 3 planning units. And then there's another new option. Since staff, we had to do our homework and our due diligence, we looked at the possible relocation of the day school to Dixon Smith. And on paper, these are the opportunities and challenges. They're listed here. I can tell you in speaking with instructional leaders, the principal is a great person. He says he'll make it work. But in reality, I could feel that he wasn't comfortable because it would change the way students take classes in the building. We would have to take away this, portion of the 6th grade wing. So now you take away that concept of having the kids, broken up 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. It would be more like 6, 7, and 8
Yeah.
together.
Because they already have broken up part of the 6th grade hall to accommodate some of their service classes that they have at Dixon.
Well, we remember, we did move Drew up to number 2 priority, and hypothetically, if we were able to do that, we wouldn't be looking at 5-year
Right. So
problem here.
could we do something like recommend C with an understanding that it might grow into A? Does that make sense? That we start with scenario C for next year. The problem is Drew is growing, but they're growing from, I think, the other side of their division, their district. And so, I mean, I don't know, and Ms. Healy, you might have more experience than I do with, like, if we first move in C, those 3 bottom planning units that are in A, and then.
Can I ask who is that, or what is that?
I think that's Leland's.
Is it still part of Leland Station?
No, not the bottom 3. That's
Okay.
Oaks of Highland Homes, and Heather Hills.
Well,
Okay.
I'd say we move what we move now and leave it totally open slate for the next one, because you don't know what it's going to look like or where we're going to have other
Right,
growth.
right.
But if Drew can handle just moving, a smaller number, then that's what I would recommend, because it is really hard on those kids not to be able to have the programs. And it's, when you can't fill the classes, it's just hard to have the staffing there. But, Dr. Chase, are you primarily Drew? Does anyone else have kids at Drew? You do? Ms. Randall, what's your preference, the B or the C? The 112 or the 58? I mean, I think can we eliminate,
Is B partly?
A, 197?
Wait,
we'll eliminate A.
okay, so B is part of Leland Station,
Yes,
and then the other 3.
yes.
So
Yeah.
it's whether we move
But it's already
112 or 58. I mean, I'm always in favor of moving the fewer, but, it's the question is, how is Drew going to be able to operate
I'm going
over the next,
between-
at least 2 years,
I'm going
I'd say.
between B and C.
Madam Chair, you may be in an interesting position where it may actually be in the best interest to do this in chapters over time, and to slowly do spot redistricting. It may make sense to bring all 3 scenarios to the community to say that even if we started small for 1 year, we might take another chunk the next year and then the subsequent year after that, or as needed, and
For their
to
growth.
prepare people for the potential change
I-
over time.
I agree with you, but I don't want to put that angst on that many families if we have no intention of doing it. That's just cruel.
But-
I mean, from what I've seen, and people, they don't sleep at night when they see these
Right.
proposals.
I'm wondering if.
That's just A. I have
Right.
no
I'm
problem
wondering
with B
if
or
we
C.
would want to take A and take 3 of the units from A for next year, with an understanding that because that way because the 5-year plan, scenario A looks the best. And so I would prefer to take 3 units from A and move them to Dixon Smith with an understanding that in 3 years, we might have to move the rest of them, but not
But they're the
next
ones
year.
in C, right?
Yes.
Well,
So-
but
so you
C,
just
but
take
C doesn't match A. The units in C are not the same units, are they?
126, 125, and
Oh, they are,
127,
okay,
yeah.
because I thought I
They're
said.
the bottom,
Yeah,
the bottom
yeah,
three.
yeah, good, good.
So, I mean, if the board wants to do it, but I really don't want to bring any more that we don't have an
Yeah.
absolute,
I-
interest in.
Yeah, just bring C and maybe B.
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 Yeah.
Bring
I'm good.
B and C.
Yep.
For B and C, okay.
And then perhaps we can get some more information about the impact on Drew on each of those.
Okay, and then the last scenario there was the relocatable scenario, which staff didn't recommend to put that reloads at Drew, that site's too small.
Yeah, take that out. Take
Okay,
that out.
and this is a tentative community engagement calendar, and some of the dates on this will change. We're finalizing that, but the goal is to get all of the community meetings ahead of the March 8th school board information and public hearing. And then, of course, on March 22nd, there'll be school board action. Just wanted to make you aware, over the weekend, we did send out a mailer to parents to alert them to potential boundary changes, and we have gotten some feedback in already, so the community is already engaged. Just,
You mean
okay.
enraged?
Engaged.
Sorry, I don't have my mask to unclog my ears.
Madam Chair, I do want to reiterate that the community engagement schedule is being updated so that the March 9th and March 10th dates are not actually correct, because we are getting those in before the March 8th public hearing, so that folks have the opportunity to have a community engagement in a more intimate setting and ask questions more directly and receive answers on the spot before there's an opportunity for the public hearing.
All right, so this is on our agenda this evening, is it not? We're
No,
gonna
ma'am.
need, well, we need to put on the agenda this evening to eliminate the proposals that we discussed here so that it's formal, since we're not taking any action in the work session.
that.
Because anyone who is not within, or is within one of the proposals that we're eliminating should get a letter saying.
Yes, we'll send that out once we.
But
Yep.
should we address that this evening, for formal purposes, it's not on here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be an amendment during your agenda approval,
Okay.
item number 301.
And can somebody write them up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Somebody's got them. All right, anything else? No, well, we will
Take a
adjourn until 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Chase.
Here?
Ms. Guy.
Here.
Ms. Halsted.
Here.
Ms. Healy.
Here.
Ms. Randall.
Here.
Ms. Siegman.
Here.
And Dr. Warner.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. It brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance and the presentation of the national colors, and tonight's North Stafford High School Air Force JROTC. Please stand.
Detail. Halt. Order. Colors. Face. Carry. Colors. 3 seconds. Colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Colors. Order. Colors. Right. Face. Trail. Colors. Forward. March.
Members of tonight's color guard from North Stafford High School's Air Force JROTC are Cadet Dunlap, Cadet Romero, Cadet Tyson, Cadet Dowling, Cadet Lofigo, Cadet Ortiz, and Cadet Johnston. Thank you for joining us. That brings us to the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda. I have two amendments, actually. I move to amend the agenda to add an action item 10.04 to reduce the number of redistricting options as discussed in the work session. I also move to add action item 10.05 to make mask optional for all Stafford County Public School staff, school bus drivers, and students on bus.
I second.
Ms. Randall, did you want to exclude the Head Start
I
program?
do need
which
to
is
exclude
federal
Head Start
regulations?
because, due to federal regulations and funding.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, which would be the same as Ms. Randall's motion, except I would prefer that her second amendment be on for information rather than action, because I haven't received any information about it, and so to take action without any knowledge is difficult for me.
Second.
All right, so we have a substitute motion with the amendment, and you did not change the 10.04, reducing the number of redistricting. All right. And that would be to make mask optional for information. All right. So we'll vote on that option. If that option passes, that will be the agenda. If that option does not pass, then we'll come back and vote on Ms. Randall's motion, which was to make it an action item. All right, all in favor of this substitute motion, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
No. Madam Clerk?
Dr. Chase?
Aye.
Ms. Guy?
Aye.
Ms. Halsted?
No.
Ms. Healy?
No.
Ms. Randall?
No.
Ms. Siegmund?
No.
And Dr. Warner?
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion fails.
All right, that brings us to the Ms. Randall's original motion, which would put both items on for action. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Dr. Chase?
No.
Ms. Guy?
No.
Ms. Halsted?
Yes.
Ms. Healy?
Yes.
Ms. Randall?
Yes.
Ms. Siegmund?
Yes.
And Dr. Warner?
No.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
All right, that brings us to awards and recognitions. Big brothers, big sisters.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Taylor. The superintendent would like to recognize individuals each month who have contributed significantly to the goodwill and advancement of positive culture among their school, department, and our community. We are honored tonight to recognize the Big Brothers Big Sister program and to highlight the work of our Human Resources Department for their efforts to recruit, support, and retain our teacher workforce. Big Brothers Big Sisters is a social impact organization that strengthens the community by connecting one mentor with one child and supporting that match at every stage. The focus is on a child's potential and on helping them achieve their best possible futures. The Big Brothers Big Sisters evidence-based program fills a tangible gap in the life of a young person. Together, BBBS staff and mentors provide an ongoing network of resources to build social capital. The mentors are a reliable source of support and advice for little brother and little sister mentees. Mentors help children with their challenges and see a future of hope. Mentors empower the development of essential soft skills and positive behaviors which lead to successful progress through school. Mentors and mentees engage in activities that include educational, athletic, social, and civic experiences which lead to the discovery of new interests and talents. Through the development of a trusting relationship with their mentor, children in the program improve on social connectedness, emotional regulation, and social competence. The program is a unique opportunity where mentors who are at least 16 years of age can meet one-on-one with a child in a school setting. Staff work closely with school counselors and administrators to identify students who would benefit from the time with a mentor. The counselor is the bridge between the program needs between the school and the family to ensure that all involved are informed and invested in the match at the school level. All mentors complete an application and have an extensive interview with the Big Brothers Big Sisters trained staff. Big Brothers Big Sisters conducts background checks, reference checks, and trains the mentors. Matches are made deliberately based on preferences of volunteer and guardian and through collaboration with those people at the school who know their child best. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater Fredericksburg and Stafford County Schools have collaborated on a Bigs in Schools program since 2014, initially at Widewater Elementary School and currently at Falmouth Elementary School. Each week, the mentor comes to the school to meet with their little brother or little sister for approximately 1 hour. During that time, the match plays games, does homework, completes arts and crafts, or just talks. The littles so look forward to seeing their bigs each week. Our current bigs at Falmouth Elementary School program are high school and college students who are looking for a way to make a difference in a young person's life. Just as the program at Falmouth Elementary School was being solidified, the world entered the global pandemic. As with many other programs, COVID changed the way bigs in our schools could function. Through the hard work and tireless dedication of the staff at Falmouth Elementary School in partnership with the Big Brothers Big Sisters staff, the Bigs in School program was able to be held virtually during the 2020-2021 school year. Matches met through the use of Google Meets in order to stay connected while apart. The 2021 school year brought excitement as it was determined that Bigs in Schools program could resume with in-person meetings. The Bigs currently arrive at the school each week and go to the classroom of their little to escort them to the cafeteria where they spend their time together. The Big Brothers Big Sisters match advocate and school counselor work in conjunction to supervise the program and ensure safety for all involved. The program currently meets each Wednesday morning starting at 8:15, and the program is always looking for volunteers to be excellent role models for youth attending the school. Currently, the following individuals participate in the program. As I call your name, please come up, shake hands with Dr. Taylor, and then we'll all move over here and take a group photo at the end. Amy Brown, the school counselor at Falmouth Elementary School. Melanie Cardone, the match advocate from Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Noah Sanders, Big Brother, Brook Point High School. And Noah's little is Lennox Ingram at Falmouth Elementary School. Haley Marbury, a Big Sister at Brook Point High School. And her little, Gemma Castile, from Falmouth Elementary School. Big Sister Angie Gayton of University of Mary Washington. Her little is Evelette Rodriguez Huerta, who could not be with us tonight. Thank you to all our mentors and to all our littles participating in this important program. Step over. Right here? Thank you, team. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Executive Director of Human Resources, Mr. Patrick Burnett, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the Stories with Stafford.
Good evening. The most important duty that my office and all of our administrators have is bringing in the licensed staff that lead the instruction for all of our students in our building. And particularly in the current time, we know how important it is to recruit with retention in mind, to ensure that the value proposition that we're offering to our employees is something that we're not just saying when we're recruiting them, but something we're repeating as we're continuing to encourage them to say yes to Stafford County Public Schools, and when they're starting with our division, and as they hopefully are continuing their career for a long time in this division. And it's why I'm very excited to introduce and to celebrate two members of my team, one who's a very familiar face to a lot of people in Stafford County, and one who I hope is a rising star for us. So Dan Reichert, our teacher in residence, and Ariana Horanchek, who's our HR generalist. They've led a lot of our recruitment initiatives this year for licensed staff, but the most recent one that we're excited to tell you about tonight is called Stories with Stafford. It's a series of weekly webinars, Wednesdays at 4 p.m. that you can access through our website that just shares pieces of the employment experience with Stafford County, what it's like to live, work, and learn in this county. There's a different story each week with different members of our staff or people to join. Last week there was one on student teaching. Tomorrow night at 4 p.m. is on licensure with Connie Irby, our licensure specialist. So any of our current non-licensed staff or any candidates interested in learning about how we support you with licensure, come in at 4 p.m. tomorrow. These are all via Google Meet, and Ariana and Dan just handed out cards to each of you with the QR code that you can scan to go straight to the page to be able to access those. And Ms. Hall here, the clerk, has some extras for any others who are interested. Again, we think this is just a great way to not only tell people about Stafford as a one-shot deal, but is to offer that commitment of what what our employees can expect as they come to work here and to keep those candidates engaged. And I'm grateful for the chance to celebrate Ariana and Dan's work on this to help reinforce making Stafford County a place that's too good to say no to and too good to leave. So thank you, Ariana and Dan.
I think it's important to note that they have classes scheduled all the way through August, correct? Yeah, they put a curriculum together through August. All right, finally this evening, we want to thank and recognize the community partners and members who supported the Operation Warm More Than a Coat campaign to provide more than 2,000 new winter coats to Stafford County Public Schools students in need during the school year. Community partnership is the key to the success of Operation Warm each year, and we especially wish to thank the Stafford County Fire and Rescue Department under the leadership of Chief Cardello and Mountain View Fire and Safety Association, under the leadership of Volunteer Fire Chief Mark Doyle. We also want to thank the community members and anonymous individuals who donated to this year's campaign. At this time, I would like to recognize the community partners who supported Operation Warm. Members of the audience, please hold your applause until the end. Awardees, if you'll come up, receive your certificate from Dr. Taylor, and then we'll try and line up and get a group photo at the end. American Legion Post 290 Auxiliary, Ebenezer United Methodist Church, Fast Signs of Stafford, Falmouth Volunteer Fire Association, Ferry Farm Baptist Church, Women on a Mission, Hildrep, Katie Harbison, Mountain View Fire and Safety Association, North Star Therapy, North Stafford Rotary Club, the Peterson Family Foundation, Pierpoint Construction, Professional Building Maintenance, Rotary Club of Stafford, Stafford Church of God, Stafford County Fire and Rescue Department, Stafford County Parks and Recreation, the Stafford Education Foundation, Stafford County branch of the NAACP, Stafford Ruritan Club, Strayer University, Sylvan Learning Center,
My goodness.
Transurban, Vision Community Church, Walmart at Village Parkway, and the White Oak Volunteer Fire Association. All right, thank you all again for your support. All right, I'm going to ask everybody after Chief Doyle to come over here. We're going to try and squeeze everybody in. If you're shorter than the person in front of you, step backward. I mean, if you're taller, step backward. Squeeze on over.
Like, I don't know where to go. They're like, no, you.
We're good? Nope.
There we go. All right, everybody over here? Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
All right, that brings us to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve
Approval.
the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Dr. Chase, second by Dr. Warner. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Dr. Taylor, do you have an announcement for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to call up one of our principals, Mr. Elchenko from Stafford Middle School, and he would like to introduce his newest assistant principal, Katie Hawkins. And while Scott is on his way up, and Katie as well, I'd like to add that this is my first administrative hire in Stafford County Public Schools, and I could not be more thrilled. Mr. Elchenko is going to share some remarks, and then I've got a couple closing thoughts after Katie has a chance to say something as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Taylor. Mrs. Katie Hawkins will be the new assistant principal at Stafford Middle School, where she has taught for the last 10 years, first as a science teacher, and most recently, the school's restorative practices specialist. Mrs. Hawkins served as both a department lead teacher and a grade level lead, responsible for ensuring students experience diverse laboratory opportunities and providing professional development to fellow teachers. During her time at Stafford Middle School, she also founded both a leadership program and a student ambassador program, and in 2019 launched the school's restorative justice and education team to help change the school's approach to student discipline and improve student engagement. Prior to joining Stafford, Mrs. Hawkins taught high school science in Spotsylvania County for 6 years. Mrs. Hawkins earned her Bachelor of Science from James Madison University, a Master of Religious Education from Liberty University, and a Master of Education in Administration and Supervision from Old Dominion University.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Hawkins, is there anything that you'd like to say? I know you have some guests with you this evening. Would you like to introduce your family and say hello?
I absolutely would. My husband is joining me, Brian Hawkins, and my 3 Stafford County Public School students. Also, the loves of my life, Noah, Eli, and Olivia. And I just want to say it's an incredible honor and privilege, and I promise to do my best to make you all very proud and always put kids first.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can tell, we're just absolutely thrilled with the dynamic team that's at Stafford Middle School. In this new addition, we just are absolutely excited about what's to come. Somebody from within the team rising through the ranks to join Mr. Elchenko and the rest of his squad. We're just absolutely thrilled. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to citizen comments. 3 minutes are allotted to each speaker or group. Speakers are encouraged to provide a copy of their comments to the board clerk. Speakers shall identify themselves by name and organizational affiliation if the spokesperson represents an organization. Speakers shall also announce the purpose or topic of their comments. The chairperson reserves the right to restrict the total citizen comments to a predetermined maximum number of minutes with the approval of the board. Individuals desiring to submit their comments in writing rather than in person may doing so using the public comment form at, do I have to read this?
No, ma'am, it's,
Okay, it's in the agenda.
yes.
It's very long. It's got those little backslashes and whatever. But every week we'll have, or every meeting we'll have the comment form. And if you have any questions, you can call our clerk, Ms. Hall. There is a 2,500 character maximum on the form, which is equivalent to approximately 3 minutes of speaking time. The deadline to submit the public comment form for this meeting is 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time on the meeting date. Citizen comment which is profane, abusive, or which threatens imminent physical harm shall be ruled out of order by the chairperson. Although the board provides the opportunity for citizen comment, individuals desiring to register complaints against division employees or division programs, services, or activities may also utilize the procedures outlined in Stafford County Public School Policy 1113, Public Complaints. We have 11 people who signed up for comment, and the clerk will read 4 names at a time. After your name is read, please come forward, and if there's anyone who wants to address the board who has not signed up, we'd like you to line up so you can come down, and we'll keep this meeting going. Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Margaret Lowry, Carol Leischer, Al Watkins, and Cliff Heinzer.
I saw her in the bathroom. I'm like,
I see a familiar face.
Guess who?
Guess
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and Superintendent Taylor. My name is Margaret Lowry, and I'm a resident of the Rock Hill District. I'm here again tonight to remind you that we have a serious parity issue among our 5 high school athletic facilities. Specifically, I'm here to strongly encourage you to solve this inequity issue by installing artificial turf fields in the stadiums of North Stafford and Colonial Forge High Schools in the summer of 2022. Stafford County Public Schools offers an outstanding program of studies that gives our students at all 5 high schools the best opportunities to achieve academic excellence. Students in all 5 high schools can select advanced placement, governor's school, IB courses in order to be competitive edge over other students hoping to be accepted at the best colleges and universities. In the Freelance Star article in May of 2014, one of the school board members commented on his support for the turf fields, saying, "Fields are an extension of the classroom, and we always want the best classrooms." Just as we offer a challenging program of studies to prepare our students for the next level and help them earn academic scholarships, so we must also offer our students the best opportunities to prepare for college athletics and earn athletic scholarships. Athletes at Brook Point, Mountain View, and Stafford are practicing and playing high school games on artificial turf where their game is so much faster than the games that are played on the grass fields at North and Forge. Coaches have greater opportunities to explain positioning and scoring opportunities that are at lined fields every time they have a practice. They're on a lined marked field. Stafford County Public Schools' equity mission is strive to develop and support efforts to eliminate opportunity gaps in education to provide access, inclusion, and affirmation for all students. We must eliminate the opportunity gaps in high school athletics. Today's numerical date, 2/22/22. We're asking for 2 turf fields in 2 deserving high schools in 2022.
oh, man. That was good.
Thank you for serving Stafford County. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Oh, God, that was awesome. I would give it to her just for that. I'm telling you.
Tough act to follow, Ms.
Yeah,
Fleischer.
really.
I
should have put her second. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and Dr. Taylor. My name is Carol Leisher, and I live in the George Washington District. I am here again to ask the board to find the money to fix the inequity of the stadium turf fields in our county high schools. Tonight, I would like to update you on what is going on with our youth sports in our own county and why artificial turf is no longer considered a luxury. Stafford County's Park Recreation and Community Services has 2 locations that include synthetic turf fields. Smith Lake Park, which opened in the spring of 2010, has 2 multi-use turf fields with lights. Embry Mill Park, which has completed in 2017, has 6 multi-use turf fields along with 5 grass fields. Turf fields are the most popular and are mainly used by flag football, football, lacrosse, soccer, and some field hockey. The sport leagues include recreational teams, club travel teams, adult leagues, and high school teams. About 90% of the field participants are our youth. The youngest participants start on grass, and around 11 years old, the boys and girls start to play their games and practices on artificial turf. The turf fields are rented year-round, with December being the slowest month. Otherwise, the turf fields are in constant use over the school day, once the school day is over. Travel teams favor the turf because they actually participate in wraparound season. There really is no off-season for them. The turf keeps those athletes playing, with the grass fields are closed for seeding and maintenance starting November 1. As our experienced youth get to the high school, it has gotten to the point that turf is a necessity to be competitive. There is a big difference of practicing and playing a high school sport on grass versus turf. Coaches will tell you that it's all about the bounce. Athletes need turf for the speed and consistency with their skills to be more competitive. In summary, our youth practice and play on an artificial turf as they grow in a sport. It is only logical that our athletes who grew up at Embry Mill and Smith Lake Parks enter high school expecting to play on a home turf field. North Stafford and Colonial Forge athletes play on grass stadium that is slow and has a different bounce compared to their competitors at the other 3 high schools. Please support North and Forge turf installation for this summer, 2022. High school turf is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. Thank you for all you do.
If I may, just for a second before I start, I'm sorry that Patrick Burnett has left, because if this meeting had been tomorrow night instead of tonight, I wouldn't be here because I'd be home watching Jeopardy. Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. I'm Al Watkins from the Hartwood District. With the planned adoption of the budget tonight and the resolution to send the funding request across the street, plus in preparation for tomorrow's joint budget work session with the supervisors, I'd like to provide a few thoughts for you to consider. As a former teacher and still a Stafford Education Association member, I believe that this proposed budget makes great strides towards improving conditions within our schools. The greatest impact in a child's education has always been the quality of those individuals in the front of the classroom, their teachers, along with all the other educators that play a huge supporting role in making a difference in the children's lives, even school board members. I ask that you do more than simply support this budget and advance it forward to our local supervisors. First and foremost, please strive to involve our sometimes fractured community, creating ways for them to join together to become a unified force, working together to benefit our children. Secondly, do everything possible to fill our schools with quality educators. The mantra to attract and retain is appropriate. It's a very difficult task nowadays when far fewer individuals plan careers in education. Plus, with so many existing educators leaving, not only our division, but the entire field, we are left with unfilled positions and large class sizes. The higher salaries in this budget will help, a very good first step. Still, not exactly where the SEA proposals and presentations that were made several years ago were headed in our attempt to partner with SCPS to improve recruiting and retaining. The SEA had proposed a flattened, more consistent pay scale slope. That's happening, plus a reduction in the years necessary to reach the top of the scale. Our goal was always to get back to the scale that attracted teachers, to fix the scale first and then simply enable teachers to move forward along that scale. Yes, a good first step. Not exactly the compensation accorded our northern school divisions, but progress the SEA figured would make Stafford more attractive to educators that are already here, and especially attractive to experienced teachers just to our south in Spotsylvania, who required 41 years to reach the top of their pay scale. Other things that in compensation and strides that Stafford can make to make our school system a little bit better. Well, our school division could offer what Richmond schools have and what is slated to soon occur in Prince William, Loudoun, Albemarle, Charlottesville, and Montgomery. The SEA has proven to be a willing partner in the past, bringing about legislative change in Richmond and showing insight towards positive changes. To make Stafford stand above the rest, create a true partnership with the 5 counties I mentioned, and pass a resolution committed to collective bargaining. Altering a field of dreams metaphor,
Mr. Watkins?
if you pass it, they will
Sorry.
come.
We'll have your written comments.
I know. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you want to call the next 4 people? Come on down.
Shannon Fingerholtz, Lori May, Teresa Burden, Tina Cunningham, apology.
Good evening. My name is Cliff Heinzer, and I live in Aquia Harbor. First, I wanted to thank all the faculty and the staff, and some of whom are here this evening, for all the hard work that they've done over the last couple of years under some circumstances that, frankly, no one could have anticipated, and how they bore up to that so well. I also just wanted to remind the board of the importance of our school system as being central to attracting young families to our community, and young families being really the lifeblood of this community. All of that said is, my apologies, there's not a single thematic strain to my comments. They are of general, more general interest on educational issues. My first question was, how, and this is, I also want to point out, this is to the board, my fear is, I don't want to see any of my questions turn into some research project for our professional staff. But how do we compare with comparable jurisdictions such as Prince William or Alexandria in terms of teacher retention? You already are trying to take a very important step forward in addressing the issue of compensation, perhaps undercut slightly by inflation this year. But my question is, are there other things that we can look at to help with teacher retention? Factors such as class size, or maybe some that I'm not aware of. My second question is, are you aware of, for those private schools in Stafford that do receive public funding, how they compare in terms of minority representation in the student body, or the proportion of the student body who are special needs relative to our public school system here? My third question was, an understanding that, of course, we're all constrained by the Virginia's standards of learning, which the current version dating from 2015, but I understand there's a revision going on right now. But my specific question had to do with how we teach about the Civil War, and specifically, could you provide any insight on how our history classes, I assume at the high school level, navigate the historical debate over whether the driver of secession was states' rights or slavery? And I'd just be curious where we stand on that right now. Last, I just wanted to say, and I understand there are so many priorities demanding your attention in terms of how we allocate our budget, but the issue of resurfacing some of the athletic fields, I'm just curious, if that were undertaken, would there be a trade-off in terms of other athletic facilities out of the athletic budget that we were looking at, but maybe those would have to be post? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, I'm Shannon Fingerholtz, and I'm still crazy nervous. I'm going to keep coming back, though, and keep speaking until I don't feel like my heart's going to jump out of my ears. So, the ugliness I have heard sitting in these board meetings over the last few weeks is disgusting. Making fun of students, talking trash about teachers, heckling other adults and parents in the room, making inappropriate comments about our board members' personal lives, trying to intimidate others in passive-aggressive ways or with a physical stance, even comparing our schools to Nazi Germany. The cameras and mics don't pick up a quarter of what has been going on back there, and those on the dais must not hear it or must support it, because I have seen a lot of looks and hand motions of approval and happiness from the board in response to these outbursts and actions. While I can't begin to feel the pressure the board is under and the stress weighing on you from the relentless onslaught of loudness and anger, the perception from the outside is besides a warning, nothing will happen. This appears to be a part of a bigger trend within the school system, in classrooms and on buses. If kids act out, disrespect others, or don't follow the rules, they will be warned again and again and again, just adding more perceived strength to their attitudes. It is wonderful to see a school board code of conduct on the agenda for tonight. What is not present in it is accountability. The teachers and staff surely have a failure to adhere section in their standards of professional conduct. Please hold the adults in this room, the kids on our buses, classrooms, and yourselves to a standard of decency and consequence. Our kids are watching and learning. I won't be able to physically be here the whole meeting today, but I'll also be watching and learning. I have 2 special thank yous and 1 huge request for today. First, whoever in nutrition was able to put in daily choices on the school menu all of a sudden, you guys seriously rock my socks. The selections are great. So thank you. And second, Miss Carson at Rocky Run Elementary. She has been teaching the kids sports stacking and PE. And man, does my daughter love that stuff. She has actually saved up now her allowance to buy a set of cups. Thank you for being creative and introducing something that incorporates movement and mental agility for all skill levels. It's awesome having her come home excited to teach us something that we had no idea existed. And my huge request is for other parents to come to these meetings and celebrate teachers, bus drivers, other staff, anyone that's doing something great. Even just a moment in that school day that made you or your kids smile is huge. All those individual wins add up to an awesome team co-raising our future. Thanks.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Taylor. My name is Lori May. I am a Conway Elementary kindergarten teacher. I have been at Conway since it first opened, so I've seen many of you for many years and some of you for a few years. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the proposed bell schedule. For many years, I have watched up at Widewater and at Grafton and at Conway while children wait till 4:15, 4:30, 4:45 for their buses to show up in the afternoons. I've watched 5-year-olds watch the sun go down and not be able to play Monday through Friday in the winter because it's too dark when they get home to play. I have watched them come in the mornings excited and ready to learn, but fade as the day goes on. My fear is if we go with the 9:30 start time for elementary next year, I have kindergartners that will be in daycare at 6 o'clock in the morning. They won't be eating breakfast till 9 o'clock when they get to school. They won't start their school day, their academic day, till 9:30. That's almost half of the school day that they're up before they ever even get to school in somebody else's care. And then I'm afraid I'm going to watch them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon start to fade, start to lay down, want to go to sleep, not to be ready to do science or social studies or math, but to want to sleep. We don't have rest in kindergarten anymore. It's been gone for a while. They're babies. This year, in my own personal experience, I have not had children fall asleep unless they were sick in the classroom. They weren't feeling well. But I have watched them sit in the hallway waiting for a bus with about 100 other children fall asleep at 2:25. They are done that time of the day. Research shows that our high school students do better with a later start time than the elementary. The later time helps with their circadian rhythms at night, allows them to get the sleep they need and have more rest during the next day. They're not making up for the sleep loss that they have when we change that start time to a later time for our high school students. There are so many different pieces and parts of this. I wish you could come in and see our classrooms 2 years ago, pre-pandemic, with our kindergartners, when we went till 3:40, to where we are now, when we go to 2:20. I'm not asking you to keep the short day, but I am asking you to put the early, or keep the early, in early childhood education, and allow our elementary children to start at the earlier time next year. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Dr. Taylor. I also teach at Conway Elementary. My name is Teresa Burden, and I'm been a proud educator for over 30 years. And this is the first time I've ever come before a school board. Not even for more money did I come. But I'm here for my children. I'm here for the children in the early start time, because truly, children learn best in the early morning hours. And you know, I tried to prepare for this, and I tried to be fair, because I thought, oh, you know, I didn't want to be prejudiced. And I've been looking through research and articles, and really, all the articles really support middle school and high starting late because of the rhythm of our bodies and our sleep patterns. And when you're younger, you get up earlier. And if you're all mothers, and you're even a dad, you know that young children get up early even when you don't want them to. And so they rise early, and they are the best in the morning. When you had your young babies and your young children, they learn the best in the morning. They're happiest in the morning. They just are ready to absorb. They fade as the day goes on. And this year, we have just noticed the difference of what we can get done with our children. It has just been wonderful. Even with the challenges of the pandemic and the lack of vocabulary and different things that have challenged us that our children haven't been able to do before they reach us, we have made great headways with what they can do. So I implore you to just do this for me. I want you just to not make this decision lightly, as I know you won't. And I want you to do your research, and I want you to read it, and I want you to make this decision. I know you have so much to think about. You have your transportation and how the logistics of the buses, but I want this decision to be what's instructionally sound for children, because even though I don't have to do what you do, but you have to take all that in consideration. Every decision should be driven by what's sound instructionally for children. And it is just makes sense to have elementary at the early start time and middle and high at the later one, because that's where our bodies tell us, all the articles support that. I have not found one that did not support that yet. So I thank you for your time and for your service to our children, because we all have the same 24 hours in a day, so it's so kind of you to give up your time to serve our children. Thank you, and please come visit us in the elementary school and talk to us. We would love to chat with you and see what those little children do between 8:15 and 2:20. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you want to call the last 3 people that signed up?
Yes, ma'am. There are actually 4 more.
4 more, okay.
Miscounted. Hannah Lutz, Michelle Stauffer, Michelle Stoughton, and Peter Stoughton.
Good evening, School Board, Dr. Taylor. I'm also a teacher at Conway, but I teach 4th grade. I'm coming to you as a parent. I have 3 daughters who graduated from Mountain View High School, who did sports. I also have an 8-year-old, surprise, who is an early morning riser, 5:45, no matter what. The boy is awake. I have seen a huge difference in the academics of my 4th graders, regardless of the pandemic. They learn the most and retain the most in the morning.
My reading scores for my children is so much higher, which I teach in the morning, because of our schedule. My math is in the afternoon. They struggle in the afternoon, and it's not because they don't love math. We have switched our schedule just a little bit where I'm throwing some science in the afternoon and switching math in the morning, and they're starting to get it a lot more. I can tell you from a mom and experience, my high schoolers would have loved the later start time. My son does a lot better in the morning. This is what elementary does. Please take in consideration and look at all the research for the earlier start time for elementary. I've been that teacher that sat there waiting for buses well past 4:30. The kids are tired in the afternoon. We have what we call the slide in the afternoon. They learn the best in the morning. Just please consider that and take in all the research that you can before you make this very critical decision for our children. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Taylor. My name is Hannah Lutz, and I'm a resident in the Aquia District, as well as a third grade teacher at Moncure Elementary. I'm here today to give my thoughts on the recent presentation of next year's proposed schedule. If you ask any one of my colleagues, they'll tell you that I was actually dreading the schedule change this year that put elementary students at school first. I'm by no means an early riser, and actually had to purchase myself an alarm clock that looks like a sunrise just to get about in time. However, over the course of the school year, I have seen my students absolutely flourish in their learning. I was expecting students to arrive half awake, dragging their feet, but instead, each morning, over 900 students enter Moncure, high energy, smiles on their faces, ready to learn. Not only do they arrive this way, but they keep their energy for the entire day. We get so much accomplished each day that we've really started to make up some of that lost learning from the past few school years. When elementary students were on the later schedule, my students would walk in talking about how they'd already been up for an hour or two, watching TV, playing video games. Then by around 2:30 or 3, they were checked out for the day, eyes glazed over, and not receiving or retaining any information that I was teaching. So why wouldn't we monopolize on that time and energy that they clearly have early in the day? I've included with my comments today a research study by Kyla Wallstrom at the University of Minnesota. She conducted a study of 85 elementary schools that had start times ranging from 7:40 to 9:40. The schools that reported the most positive effects were those with a 7:40 start time, and conversely, those with a 9:40 start time reported that both teaching and learning were significantly compromised. I can tell you that I see this research in practice in my classroom every single day. Additionally, looking at the survey data that was collected, it was reported by secondary students that ideally they would like to attend school later. It was also voted on by a majority of elementary teachers that they wanted the earliest start time. I also find it pertinent to mention that these results were found after over 70% of staff filled out the survey versus only 20% of parents. So why does the proposed schedule appear to ignore the wants of the students and teachers who are living and operating on that schedule every single day? We all know that COVID has taken away so much from our kids. They're desperate for some sort of stability. They're desperate for normalcy. So after all this change, why are we asking our students to change something again? Why ask them to sacrifice what little stability they've had in the last few school years? So for the sake of student stability and academic success, I implore you to consider allowing elementary schools to keep their early start time. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Michelle Stauffer, and I reside in the Rock Hill District. I'm also a Stafford County teacher working at the elementary level for the past 25 years, 23 of those years being with students in first grade or younger. I am here to speak on the proposed bell schedule, and I'm requesting that you keep elementary at the first tier. I am not going to reference the research because my friend and colleague before me has already done that, and the decision for elementary to go first was based on research that was already done prior to this year. I am going to talk about the beginning and end of our school day. In 2001, which was my first year as a kindergarten teacher, our students had a 45-minute rest period. Kindergarten classes also looked very different back then, classrooms, and we had emphasis was placed on learning through play. My classroom had designated areas for pretend play, such as little kitchen areas and dress up and things like that. They also had a block area for building. I had an easel in my classroom, sand and water table, the whole 9 yards. And all of that was also built into the schedule as considered center time. So it wasn't used as extra, inside recess opportunities. Fast forward to 2022, and the academic demands on young learners has increased, whereas rest time and center play are non-existent. As a teacher of young learners, I find that they are more alert and ready to learn the first few hours of the day. However, as the day goes on, their attention and stamina wane. This is nothing new and has always been the case. At least in 2001, they did have the opportunity to rest their brains throughout the day, which allowed the afternoon to be somewhat productive. Now, let's look at the end of the day. The students are dismissed. Some go to the gym and wait for the car rider number to be called. This school, most of the students, and then also the other ones wait in their classroom for their daycare van or their buses to be called. This school year, most of the students are gone from classrooms 25 minutes after the official dismissal time. In the past, when multiple second loads were the norm, this time was usually doubled. In the past, it would be unrealistic to expect a 4 o'clock dismissal time would result in students being gone by 4:10. Even on our best day, this has never happened. I understand the need for some families to provide before and after school care for their students, but whether we have the early start or late start, that's going to be a necessity for some families. And then also I understand the need for high school students to have after-school jobs and also extracurricular activities. And that's when I filled out the survey, I put elementary being first, high school being second, and middle school being third. I do appreciate your effort, like I mentioned before, in emails, of giving us a choice in this survey so that you can poll, a bunch of different places. And I also thank you for giving me the opportunity to share why I believe elementary should go first. Thank you so much, guys.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. I'm so nervous, sorry. Board members, Dr. Taylor. I'm an elementary school teacher, and I love my kids. And I think it's really important that they start at the earlier time. As you've already heard from my colleagues, this is really important for their learning. Young children do best academically in the morning. As a kindergarten teacher and our team and the grade levels at our building, at Conway Elementary, they are more alert, ready to learn. By the afternoon, they've really kind of gone down. We really want you to understand that, it's really important for their play as well. When they get home, if it's late, it's really hard for them to be outside. They should be, active outside playing and just being a kid. And I didn't know if this was true, Dr. Taylor, and you can say if this is incorrect, but I heard with the proposal that some elementary schools might start earlier than others. Well, and that's, I have a problem with that with equity. Is that equitable? Is that fair to all the elementary schools in our district? I have two quotes that I wanted to kind of mention. So the first quote comes from a Dr. Judith Owens, and she's the director of sleep medicine at Boston Children's Hospital. And she says, one could argue that elementary students with parental enforcement and bedtimes and restrictions of evening screen time are not only able to obtain adequate sleep under the conditions of the earlier start times, but that the schedule changes more aligned with their sleeping rhythms, and thus actually benefits them in their terms of their alertness, their cognitive function, their moods. And on the other hand, the adolescents with their sleep rhythms, they're really programmed more for the evening. And I can attest to that because I have two high schoolers, and my son definitely adheres to that. And they, wake up probably around 8 o'clock or so. The other one would be from Kyla Wallstrom. She's from the University of Minnesota, and she had said young children generally do well with an early start time since they often run out of steam by 2 p.m., which we see that because we're in the trenches, we see it. And late elementary starts mean late dismissals, and a dismissal time after about 2:45 can be very difficult for the children who have been awake since 6 a.m., which a lot of them have been because they're early risers. Most school days last about 6 3/4 hours for the students. So doing the math, a start later than about 8 will have most children who are not fully engaged in learning tasks at the end of the day. How is this beneficial to our students? Is it not? And it isn't, and it contradicts what we are trying to accomplish, which is engage in active learners. So please put the early back in early education, and thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Taylor, and other board members. I am Peter Stalteri. I reside in the George Washington District, and I am, obviously my wife just spoke, and I have the difficult task of following my better half and also a number of elementary school teachers. Because if any of you have ever lived with an elementary school teacher or been around elementary teachers, they are incredible people, but not only that, incredibly hardworking people, and they truly care about the kids. That is their entire role. They even put their own children sometimes behind because of that. Not that they mean to, that's what they love. This was their career, this is what they've chosen, and they do a wonderful job. And I just wanted to say that off the top. I have 2 high school students, and I'd like to talk about the schedule as well. This year has been tremendous for them as high school. We have 2 students that are very athletic. Our daughter is actually going to play college lacrosse Division I, and my son is a freshman at Stafford High School. And I saw for the 3 years that Emma played high school, she would have to get up early, and sometimes they would not get home from games until 9:30 at night. She's a full IB student, so that would mean she'd have to do all her work and try to get it done before midnight or 1 o'clock, and then have to get up for school in the morning. And then not only that, have practice after school and also have games. Also, a lot of the coaches do not work in the high schools. Some work at the elementary school, or they work outside in the private sector. And so a lot of the kids, when they were in the other schedule prior to this year, they were getting out early, and they'd have to wait around for 2 hours for their coaches to come so that they could then practice. Then they wouldn't have any meals to eat and so forth, or if they weren't driving yet, they wouldn't be able to go to Sheetz or Wawa in order to get a sandwich before practice. And so that's one of the biggest reasons for the schedule, is for the student athletes. The late start allows them to prepare for exams and also finish homework in the morning. It's also shown that there are more accidents in the morning for high school students instead of at night, where they're coming home at night, where there's less traffic and people are less rushing around. The athletes do play 2 to 3 games a week, as well as practicing 6 days a week. So my biggest suggestion is that I'd really like you to really look at the studies, look at the research, because all of that is out online and in the papers, and that you can see the proof. And I would just have to say in closing, let's not rely on the surveys, but the
thank you,
research,
sir.
studies, and facts. Thank you so much.
Was that the last speaker who had signed up?
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Hall? Or is there anyone else who wishes to address the board? Please come and line up on the sides and then come on down. When we don't see anybody lined up on the sides, then we're going to close the public comment. Sir, you were there first. You want to come on down? And then we'll alternate the sides. Yeah, you can sign in after you finish.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good evening, board. Madam Chair, Dr. Taylor. All right, so as you know, my name is Thomas Holliday. I'm a resident of Stafford County, Falmouth School District, so Dr. Chase. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but my son came home. I have two boys at Stafford High School. One's a freshman. He's in junior ROTC. Loves it. The other is a senior at Stafford High. Without getting too much into it, been through the IEP system and whatever. There was a lot of giving up on him along the way. I am proud to announce my son, Thomas Michael Holliday Jr., has been accepted to the University of Tampa in Florida, majoring in forensic science. Okay, so, you know, people succeed as they do, and so I'm definitely very proud of him. The other reason I wanted to speak, other than to be a bragging dad, was that he came home and he said, my friend Mason and some other friends of mine at high school wanted me to thank you for speaking at the school board about the Mass. They're very happy to not have Mass anymore. Okay, so I thought I'd share that. And it's a positive ray of light coming right from students right to my student in my house. Okay. The other part of this, though, is that, and I'll end on a positive, I'm a positive guy, is that we need to not forget the consequences of COVID and those that are being left behind. As we know, the CDC just updated its milestone guidance, pushing back the standards for speech in early childhood development. Now children should know 50 words at 30 months rather than 24 months. Instead of highlighting the harmful effects masks and lockdowns have had on children, the CDC just lowered the bar for milestones, did it very quietly. Okay, and we know they've been sort of hiding some COVID data too, and that's all coming out. Not getting into all that other than to plead with you as the board and as educators, those that have been negatively impacted by these mask mandates. Those who have been negatively impacted are your students, okay? I turned 50 February 2nd. I've been on this planet half a century. I've already been to Ohio State University, my degree's in psychology. I've been through great education, great opportunities. This is about the kids, and I hear that a lot. So whether they're on an IEP, they're part of a Head Start program, whatever, let's make sure that they don't get left behind, because a lot of them feel that way, and a lot of them are being left behind in the sense of the impact of all these sort of draconian and different measures that took place. Maybe it had to at the beginning because we were fearful and didn't know. Kind of carried on longer than they should have, but please, God, do not leave those children behind. My oldest boy was one of them. Now he's a success. God bless you. Thank you.
Sir, could you sign in?
Yep, I got to sign it. Thank you.
Miss, if you'd like to come down. Missy, can you move that off the podium
gonna
so
move it
the
around.
next person can come down? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. My name is Amber Mears. I am a paraprofessional at Conway Elementary. I am in school to be a teacher, even though many people tell me I'm crazy. I do want to do this as a profession because I love the children. I also have a 4th grader at Conway and a 7th grader at Dixon Smith. I work in a kindergarten classroom. I'm addressing the start time for the bell schedule. I work in a kindergarten classroom. I have seen students thrive starting their day early during the Tier 1. They stay awake and engage in the classroom activities through the end of the day at 2:25. The students come to school eager and ready to learn, and this is due to the earlier elementary start time. When dismissal comes at 2:25, they are tired. If elementary schools were to dismiss at 4 p.m., we would lose approximately 2 hours of productive instructional time due to students' lack of alertness and attentiveness. This is a lot of instructional time that could lead up to many academic setbacks. We have had to work through so many setbacks the last 2 years, and I don't think it would be a good idea to put students through yet another change. Research has shown that the current tiering for all grade levels is both beneficial and common sense. An article from the American Academy of Pediatrics states that middle and high school students should start after 8:30 a.m. as evidence shows that earlier start times contribute to insufficient sleep as well as a circadian rhythm disruption. The research has shown that a delayed start time for middle school and high school students is an effective countermeasure to chronic sleep loss and has a wide range of potential benefits to students with regard to physical and mental health, safety, and academic achievement. As the article states from American Academy of Pediatrics. On a practical level, this research indicates that the average teenager in today's society has difficulty falling asleep before 11 p.m. and is best suited to wake at 8 a.m. or later. By having the middle and high school students start later, this will give them more time to get the sleep that their bodies need and reduce tardiness. In closing, I believe that it is in the best interest for all students to have the start time stay in the current order. Tier 1 for elementary, Tier 2 for middle, and Tier 3 for high school. Thank you for your time.
We'll just go, there's nobody on the other side, so we'll just go with the right-hand side here.
Hello, so nice to meet all of you. My name is Sherry Walker. I live in Hartwood district, and it's nice to see all of your faces. I've met some of you in person, but not many, so it's nice to see you. So I am actually here about the redistricting. I'm concerned about it, and I don't support it, and I'd like to tell you why. I have 4 children in Stafford County Public Schools, almost 5. 3 of them are at Hartwood Elementary School right now. And my oldest son, who is at Gale now, attended Hartwood Elementary. Many of them have been there since kindergarten. I'm going to try not to cry because when I'm nervous and when I'm passionate and emotional, I cry, so I apologize. I live in Oakley, the Oakley Reserve neighborhood. I'm not sure Oakley Farms, Oakley Reserve is what it shows on your guys' redistricting. I am literally a 4-minute drive from the school. Logistically, it doesn't make sense. If you can picture Hartwood Elementary and you drive down Shackelford and you hit Poplar and you turn left and you turn left again, that's my neighborhood. So we're so close. So currently it's a 4-minute drive. If we were moved to Margaret Bent, it would be 15 minutes. And I have concern about that for many reasons. One is more time on windy roads. More time, I'm barely dragging my girls out of bed by 7:40 a.m. school as it is. The fact that we're 4 minutes away is a saving grace. So that's one of the concerns. As most kids this year, my 3rd grade daughter has not had a normal pre-COVID school year since kindergarten. My 1st grader has not had a normal, my 1st grader has not had a normal school year at all. And, I'm so sorry. The only reason they got through this was because of the phenomenal teachers at Hartwood Elementary. Hartwood Elementary, I'm so sorry. It's a family school for us. I volunteer there, pre-COVID, I volunteered there weekly. I knew all my kids' teachers. I've worked with the PTO. I'm very involved. I know the principals. I knew the principal before, Elchinko, who is amazing. I know Raska. I know the administration, the front desk. I know almost all the teachers. And the fact that my girls have known so many teachers previous has been helpful for them. Their music teacher is phenomenal, attends their outside activities, supports them. And I have so much more, but I spent most of my time crying, and I apologize, but I will be back. I'm so sorry. But thank you for listening to me, and I apologize.
Thank you. You can also email us if you'd like to.
I'll leave it for you.
Okay,
I have some
Oh, please do.
suggestions of solutions. I promise I was getting to them,
We'll
but I
be back
apologize.
next month if you want to come back.
I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Hi, everyone. I am not a public speaker. This is not what I do. But we live in the same neighborhood in Hartwood. COVID has affected our children, as we all know. I subbed in Hartwood before COVID. I'm always available to the teachers. I give as much as I possibly can to our teachers. Hartwood is more than just a school. It's a community. It's a family. We are literally 3 minutes, 4, well, she say 4, I drive a little faster, 3 minutes from me, from the school. So To move us from Hartwood all the way to Margaret Brent, it just doesn't make sense. I can't speak for any other community. I can speak for Oakley Farms Reserve. We are right there. That's our backyard. So this is more than just a move of a school. You're moving a family. Outside of that, I feel like we're kind of kicking the can down the road, as my husband's going to say next, kicking the can down the road. But we're like, it's like we're moving cattle. Instead of us holding these builders accountable and making them pay to help increase our education, pay our teachers more, help with the schools, build a new school. I know that's a whole different meeting, but Stafford County has a lot of power. We're just not using it. We can make these builders help pay to better our community. I have a child with epilepsy and she has tumors. She struggles with her learning. That is difficult for her. She finds a teacher, she latches on and she doesn't let go. For her, she's going into the 5th grade, so she's lucky. But I want to speak on my 7-year-old. He has had behavioral issues, but as she said, he has not had a normal school year yet. This is the first one. So he finally has a teacher that's like, no, this is what's going to happen. And that's what he needed. I called Mr. Raska. I told him, look, if we can't come up with a solution, I got to pull my kid out. This is not going to work. He needs someone that's stern but loving. He said, you know what, I'm going to handpick his teacher myself. And he did, and it worked for him because he knows if that lady calls me, every teacher in there knows I'm coming up to the school. That's the type of parent I am. That's the type of parents we need more of. And I feel like as a community with a school that knows their parents, that knows what their parents are willing to do to help and to support them, it makes a difference. It makes the school run better. It makes the school run more efficiently and the children to understand what's acceptable and what's not. We hold them accountable. Sorry, I'm trying to be quick. Oh, as far as the time, because I know I won't be able to be at the meeting next month, sorry. But as far as the times, our kids have to be at school at 7:40. For some people who love it and their kids go to school at 8:15, let them switch with us. We'll take the 8:15, they can take the 7:40. It's not much, but we'll take whatever we can get, okay? Or let us all go to school at 8:15, because that little bit of time makes a difference when you're trying to get your kids dressed and ready. I know this was totally different, but I needed to throw that in there, okay? Thank you all for your time. We appreciate what you do, and we appreciate our school and our principal and our teachers. They're amazing. Thank you.
If there's anyone else that'd like to speak after this gentleman, please line up. If nobody lines up, we're going to close the public comment and get back to our agenda for action.
All right, I'm not as eloquent a speaker as my wife here, but I'll try my best, right? But I'm John Lowry, I live in Oakley Reserve. Obviously, we live together here, and our kids go to Hartwood Elementary School. It kind of impacts her more than me because, you know, she's with the kids, all that, and I'm busy working with her, right? But nevertheless, I request the board strongly consider that the children living in Oakley subdivision remain as students at Hartwood Elementary School. Redistricting these children will add to the current bus challenges that has already had a major impact on our county. I pray that the county has a plan to build additional schools to meet with the rapid development of houses being built in this county. As my wife mentioned, when they're building 100 houses here in Stafford County, they should also be considering building a school, using land to build a school as well, in addition to the amount of houses they're building to compensate for the kids. Moving kids from one district to the other is just shuffling the kids around as a Band-Aid on a bigger problem, in my opinion. So if we ship the kids here from Hartwood over at Oakley Reserve, what's the next step, right? What's the next solution? Is there a plan in place to put in a new school, if you will, so that it won't have a problem of overcrowding? Obviously, I'm preaching to the choir about the overcrowding, right? But we still have somehow we have land available for the builders to build houses, but we don't have land available for the schools. It just doesn't make sense to me. All right. Again, shipping the kids around disrupts their schedule. Many speakers have made valid points on elementary students starting school early. If our children had to move and adhere to the new early start, as everybody made good points about, they would be waiting at the bus stop around 6 a.m., right? And in a bitter cold morning, in order to travel 25 minutes versus a 4-minute bus ride or a 5-minute bus ride to drive like my wife to Hartwood Elementary. Again, as my wife mentioned, our kids have grown to love Hartwood and have been there. My daughter since 5th grade, since kindergarten, and they've embraced the teachers. Obviously, they'll embrace the teachers where they go. I understand that, but it's very disruptive to move a kid that's really 4 minutes away versus a 25-minute drive to overcrowd that school, right? So I'm pretty sure that the other school they're going to would be going to, it would be overcrowded as well. So I appreciate your time and considerations, and thank you.
Hey, Haley Pershaw with the Rock Hill District. I wasn't going to speak, but just two things. One, thank you. My children went today to school without a mask, and I would like to say that it was a very respectful, very hopeful day where children with masks and without masks, my children encountered no issues on either side, and it seemed to be, we heard of nothing. So thank you, and I know that was a very hard time for all of us. The other thing, I did go to one of Dr. Taylor's meetings, and just thinking about the redistricting, I do remember this being a conversation going into the summer. It was like, we moved here in June of 2019, and I feel like right before that there was a redistricting conversation that took place. So I remember looking at that when we were buying our home. I know that trailers are like a no, don't talk about it among parents. I'm just going to speak on a brainstorming, throw this out there. It sounds like for the first time in a long time, we may actually have somebody who's putting a 3 to 5 year plan together. Is there a temporary solution that brings everybody together where there could be trailers if we know that in 2 years a new elementary school is coming? Because to the point of kicking this can down the curb of, do we redistrict only to redistrict again? What are maybe some hardship solutions where we do not have to move our children again, and we can bring some stability? Again, I know that that's not a popular thing, and as I've brought it up to other parents, they're like, nope, it's just going to be a permanent solution. They're going to take advantage of the fact that you said trailers. I don't think that that would be something with this board. I think that this board can, and with Dr. Taylor and hopefully with the Board of Supervisors, can come up with some long-term solutions that allow us not to move our kids all over the place. So happy to go to a Board of Supervisors meeting. I hear that that is the next place that the parents need to go, because I do understand we need a new elementary school, and all of us parents who have been fighting for masks need to move across the street. And so yeah, hopefully we can get parents on board to support you guys with what needs to be done for the kids. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Lindsay Daigle. I am a homeowner in the Hartwood District. Again, I wasn't planning to talk tonight, but to piggyback kind of off of the tail end of her conversation, it occurred to me tonight as I'm sitting here and looking at the audience that it is not nearly as full as it has been the last several weeks. And so I come before you in hopes that maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, there's a lot more people online or listening, or we'll see this later on. And I ask of you, if there's any way, with the same earnest in which you campaign for your position on the board, that you could encourage your constituents in your community, in your district, to now take the same energy and zest for what we were fighting for our kids and, for our parental freedom, to the County Board of Supervisors, because we as parents don't need to let our jobs stop now just because we, quote, got our way. There's still a long way to go, guys. We have so much making up to do for our kiddos. We have so far to go in various areas of school, all the way from the grass or whatever it is that they play a game on, which I don't understand, all the way to our special needs kiddos, which is something that I am very, very passionate about. But I wanted to thank you guys again. Like the person who spoke before me, my kids had an awesome day today. I posted their picture on my Facebook this morning and talked about my little girl who didn't cry when she left today. And that is just the biggest, sounds corny, but praise report I can give to you guys. Also, to parents, don't give up, don't stop, keep asking. Dr. Taylor, you're a wonderful man and have been incredibly responsive to anything I have brought. I have gone to budget meetings and listen and learns, and Like she said, I think we have a great group in front of us. Even the diversity amongst you all, I am seeing a lot of positive things. So I beg of you guys to continue with that, to continue fighting for our kiddos. I thank you for the work that you do. Dr. Taylor, you're awesome. And I just wanted to say thanks, guys. It was an awesome day.
All right, I don't see anyone else lined up. Mr. Burnett, you don't want to come address the board, do you? No? I know you want to give us your, all right, this is the man that's going to be on Jeopardy tomorrow night, representing Stafford County. We don't know what he did, but we can find out by tuning in tomorrow. We're hoping our meeting with the supervisors gets finished early enough so we can go watch him. All right, seeing no one else, we will close the public comment period, come back to the board. Are there any board committee reports?
Susan said I have one. So I went to the Parks and Rec meeting. Yeah, they are a great group of people. So we had the finished conversation that you guys had talked about, looking at the joint use contract and stuff like that. They're gonna sort of go through it over the course of time and see if there's any updates that need to be made. They talked about needing a new gymnastics center building because the program is really, and as a mom whose child is a part of that program, I want a new gymnastics center now too, but I'm not gonna ask for that one yet. But I think the biggest thing that came from the meeting was, I'm just gonna find my notes here again because I moved away from them originally, but AEDs came up in the conversation, and I thought that was a really great thing. I have a friend that actually, it came up under Gwyneth's Law, is that what that is? And so oh my God, I can't find my notes, isn't that crazy? But it is, I have a friend that works for that foundation, so I can't find my notes, but I know what we talked about. So the AEDs in the schools, are they close enough? I understand that the foundation will provide, so many for free, but do we have teachers trained in CPR and the AED, and how close are they? And I thought that was a really, really great thing for us to kind of look into. And because I have a friend, I offered to call her just to see what they can do, maybe bringing extra, maybe, I don't know if they're already in the schools working with you guys. I'm sure they're in the schools, but I don't know like how roundabout they are. So just making sure if we need more, we get more and all that stuff. It just came up as a conversation. I don't know if we're coming up on an anniversary or not. But that was really the majority of it. I tried to trick them into paying for the turf fields, but they didn't fall for it. So, I did the best I could. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Halstead. Dr. Taylor, could you provide us an update of that on your next or maybe one of your weekly memos to us?
Absolutely. It's a short and easy update, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I know when actually Gwyneth's Law came into effect, it's throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it's because of activity from Stafford County, Gwyneth's parents and the supervisors in the schools, and we work with our legislatures, and it's a great law, and there are people in every school that are trained, and I believe that's all the time the school is open, so we can get that information for those of us who haven't been around as long as the old folks. All right, any other committee reports? Dr. Chase?
So is CGS now, or does it wait until the next meeting?
Oh, I don't know. If you have a report, you can just do it now.
So I just wanted to mention at the last CGS meeting, there was some discussion about the state putting in effect that you could not use zip code for admission to CGS, and that might have implications for Stafford County because we assign people to their CGS site by which schools they go to, and that might be considered zip code. And so it's possible we would be required to do our admission by the top 90 students, and then students would have to go to where there was a seat, which would mean we would have to provide transportation. So I'm not sure how that's made its way through the legislation, but I just wanted to let you all know that that may be a concern for us.
I just want to say that I'm going to defer my comments because we will be discussing the governance document and the code of conduct, and those were the primary things that were discussed at the last meeting, along with the 1,100 policies, which will be on the next agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad that so many of our teachers and parents came out tonight. We really are very blessed. There was a common thread in our teacher and parent comments, and that was to put children first. And although this board and staff, we struggle sometimes with the possible, I think it's just a wonderful thing that we live in a community and serve in a community that always puts children at the heart of every decision. And I'm just so grateful that we've had just a fantastic amount of participation in some of these really challenging issues that have been before us. This board has a lot going on this month. This is probably the busiest time of the board's year, as well as some of the most challenging topics. Anytime that the board tackles budget, along with any type of redistricting or schedule changes or anything of that ilk, along with any other major headline issues, it's a challenging time, and it invites a lot of deep consideration, and I'm just delighted that this board has been focused on that. No school board ever wants to redistrict. And I think that it's incredibly important that our community understand this, and that this community is under a tremendous amount of strain due to growth, and that strain is in direct relationship to financial resources and access to financial resources. And so as we consider moving forward, I want to thank the board for giving due diligence and care to every decision that you make, weighing not just what our school system can do in terms of financial resources, but also what's in the best interest of children, and I thank you for that. I have just absolutely enjoyed the time that I've gotten to spend with teachers and staff and students throughout the school division. Today, I got to participate in a book speed dating event at a library at North Stafford High School, where students got to shop different library books by genre and evaluate books by judging them by their cover, and reading the dust jacket and learning about the books and ranking them. And a few of our students even went on blind dates by taking books that had been gift wrapped without knowing what was on the cover. And it just was a fun and engaging exercise, and to see our kids excited and enthused about learning at all levels is just absolutely fantastic. I'm delighted to report that I have visited all of our schools many times, and I am thrilled to hit the circuit again and go back and visit some more. We have a lot going on in our schools, and a lot to be very proud of. Today we had a recruiting event at Falmouth Elementary School. And we're just absolutely delighted to welcome new members to the Stafford County Public Schools family. This time next month, I'll be presenting my transition report to the board, where hopefully I can shake off that new part of the new superintendent title and just be your superintendent as we move forward and start planning for our very bright future together and our strategic plan. I want to thank the folks that were here today for Operation Warm and for our Brothers and Sisters group. I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to recognize them for the contributions that they're making to this community and to our schools. And although it's been said a couple of times, I would be remiss if I didn't point this out one more time. And that's that Patrick Burnett, our Executive Director for Human Resources, will be starring as a contestant on Jeopardy! The national game show tomorrow night. Please tune in to the Stafford community. You have an absolute gem in Patrick Burnett, who just is a fantastic human being, just a great scholar, and just a fantastic colleague to work with, and just embodies all of the characteristics that we value in Stafford County. He is smart, he is caring, and he is focused on making the lives of young people better by putting outstanding teachers in every classroom. And Patrick, we're just delighted that we get to know you now that you've reached this celebrity status. And you know, we're just thrilled for this accomplishment in your life, that you get to represent Stafford County and your family on Jeopardy! So thank you very much for that. And none of the decisions that are ahead for this board are easy, but I'm just delighted to be here and to serve at your pleasure, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Well, now that we're talking about celebrities, I think we ought to let Mrs. Randall talk about her son, who is on national Status? No. Oh, please, tell it. It's just amazing. Would just give us the website. It's not as long as the one I didn't read.
Okay, so my son went to his school to play lacrosse. I'm embarrassed, but I'm also
I don't mean to
proud of him.
embarrass you, but
I know,
it's
I'm also very
exciting.
proud of him. It is funny. He goes to private school for lacrosse, has tried out for basketball in middle school, didn't make it. Tried out at Stafford High School, didn't make it. Well, he made it, but then they had to make room for someone, so they asked him to be injured reserve. He said no. So he came up to me and said, Mom, I'm going to be a cheerleader. And I said, well, what do you know about cheerleading? I did a back tuck one time in a gym. I think I'm good. So he tried out for cheer. He made cheer. He came home and said, after the first day of practice, he's the only male cheerleader at Stafford High School. They haven't had one since 2016. And he said, I'm going to try out for competition cheer at a local gym. What do you know? I think I can do it, Mom. I'm good. Okay, always supportive. Took him. He did really good. They ended up at USA, which is now Fame, and ended up on a half-year team. They won second in the nation, first time around, so he's super excited. We'll finally get him into this school. They don't have cheers. They do have lacrosse, so he's going for lacrosse. Basketball season comes up. I think I'm going to try out for basketball, Mom. Well, it didn't go so well the first 2 times, Evan. Why do you want to do this now? No, Mom, I'm going to be good. I said, okay. And he goes, and it's okay, Mom. I will, mind you, he played football, hasn't played in 4 years, made second team All-State, offense and defense. He goes for basketball, and he goes, it's okay, Mom. I'm going to sit the bench. He's only going to put me when we're down by 40 points. And I said, does that happen often? Yes. Okay. So he's Monday night. I drive down to his school. It's senior night. They let him do the tip-off. I'm a short woman. I know. So my son decided to take the tip-off. He's a foot shorter than the other kid, so it didn't go well. And quickly the coach got him off the court, which we expected. So he doesn't play. They lose. It's fine. And I've been to his games all over. He doesn't play. I sit there in the stands and tell him, good job sitting on the bench. And then Tuesday night, he said, don't come, Mom. I'm playing Norfolk Academy. We're going to get our butts kicked. And I won't play. Okay. So there's 30 seconds left in the game. And he decides to put my son in because they're down by 40 points. So my son goes in, goes up to the line, shoots a 3, does a backflip, it goes in. So it's his first basket in high school, and he did it that way. So now he is on ESPN, CBS Morning, The Today Show, news channels everywhere. They're calling him, because at first they didn't put his name, but now everyone has said his name. So he's having a very good week. So there, Patrick.
But where's
hang in
the
there.
website? Or whatever. You can see this backflip. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
you can go on you can go on ESPN. You can go on and just type in Evan Randall Christchurch, and you will see his craziness. It's just Evan. So, but Patrick, good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Randall.
Yep.
And we will be watching tomorrow. That brings us to action items. We have 5 action items. The first is 10.01, approval of the purchase of 5,000 Chromebooks for secondary schools in an amount not to exceed $1,960,000, contingent upon award of the Federal Emergency Connectivity Fund grant for this purpose. These are not Stafford County Public School funds.
Motion to approve 10.01.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Chase, second by Dr. Warner. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes unanimously. 10.02, award of a construction contract in the amount of $2,342,890 to Waco, Inc. for the upgrade of mechanical and finishes at Ferry Farm Elementary School using fall 2021 VPSA bond funds. Ms. Randall, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve, and I'm very excited because what wasn't put in the first part of the renovation, which we have waited since 2015 for, what hasn't been done, I really, really appreciate Mr. Anderson's efforts to finish loving on that school through the parts of the school that haven't been loved on so far, in the way of making it a little bit more on par with what some of our other sister schools got in their renovations. So
Second.
thank you.
So we have a motion from Ms. Randall,
Second.
second from Dr. Chase. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 10.03, approval of the school board's FY23 budgets and adoption of a resolution for the school board's FY23 local funding request to the Board of Supervisors. And,
Motion to approve, just to get it.
Second.
okay, and is that to approve the revised documents following our work session?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. Chase, and who was that second from? Ms. Randall. All right. Now, you new ladies, feel free to jump in anytime. I mean, they're like Jeopardy, aren't they?
Well, see, now you know how Patrick felt on Jeopardy.
We'll have Mr. Burnett tell us how to push that button to jump in.
He'll give
Okay.
you lessons.
All right, so we have a motion for approval and a second. Do you have anything to tell us briefly?
No, ma'am. I updated the documents on board docs. They are going to be the ones labeled 1, 2, and 3, so that they are the 3 revised documents. The same documents we looked at earlier, with the exception of I didn't pull it up earlier, but the actual resolution has the updated dollar amount. I will quickly bring these up just so you can see them. We are not adding any of the FTEs, but we have the school site allocation of 1.35 in there, and then we have updated our maintenance pay-go to $2 million. It brings our total increase by the school board of up to 3.345 in addition to what was in the superintendent's budget. And that results in a total, I'm going to pull up the resolutions so that we're all clear, a total school operating budget of $377,270,366.
All right, and this is what we'll be discussing at tomorrow's meeting with the Board of Supervisors. I would like to thank Ms. Sigmund for her suggestion about the pay-as-you-go. It certainly will help us get there sooner. We've been on the snail's pace, so, you know, if that's well recognized. And also, I recognize Dr. Taylor is going to be presenting his staffing proposals to us, you know, in advance of the next year's budget as well. All right, any discussion? No? All in favor of the motion to approve the resolution and the budget request based on the discussions at the work session as revised here? Please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fulmer and Dr. Taylor, for all your work on that budget. 10.04, reduction of the number of redistricting options is discussed during the February 22nd, 2022 school board work session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for approval by Ms. Guy and a second by Ms.
Not
Sigmund.
even in a New York
Ms.
minute.
Austin, you got to get in there.
Come on.
We're going to
put your
get you,
finger
we'll
on
get
the
you
nail.
for the next
Oh,
one. okay?
yeah.
All right. Could we just have a brief overview of those so everyone knows what we are eliminating from the redistricting proposals?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard several redistricting proposals during a work session earlier today in the 5 o'clock hour to 7 o'clock time frame, and there were several that the board eliminated from consideration and changed, and that is what is being proposed for action this evening. And the first one that the board would like to move forward for community discussion is the Hartwood boundary change A. The board expressed some consensus around revising scenario B. Moving on to Parkridge, the board requested and found some consensus around removing scenario A for Parkridge, maintaining scenario B, removing scenario C, maintaining scenario D, and removing the relocatable classroom scenario. Moving on to Conway, keeping boundary change scenario A, and that was it. And
We were going to eliminate 6 of the 8.
oh, yes.
or 4
and-
of the 6.
And eliminating several
Relocatables.
of the relocatables.
So A, but adding two-ish,
Right.
whatever
Or
you're going to
keep-
discuss with
yeah,
staff.
keeping to, yes. And then moving on to middle school, the board had several middle schools boundary scenarios for Drew Middle School. The board found consensus around removing scenario A, keeping scenario B, and keeping scenario C, and removing the relocatable classroom scenario.
All right, any questions about that? I just want to make clear that the Parkridge scenario A that's being removed would mean that no one would be moved from Winding Creek.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any discussion? All in favor of removing the portions that Dr. Taylor just stated, in which was a summary of our work session, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Madam Chair, can I follow up with a quick announcement?
Sure.
To remind our public that we will be following up with community engagement events in each of these communities to specifically have dialogue with our community members in particularly affected neighborhoods.
And Dr. Taylor, how will this information be conveyed to the families? Because last week, everyone got.
We'll be sending out some revised information because obviously this is an update, and we'll be letting families know specific times and locations of where these community events will be held. The board will also be having a public hearing on redistricting at its March 8th school board meeting for action on March 22nd.
Okay. All right. That brings us to number 5. Ms. Halsted, get that buzzer ready.
I'm ready. I didn't even turn
Amendment
my
to the
mic off.
COVID-19 mitigation strategies to make face coverings optional for staff in all SCPS buildings except Head Start facilities. And that was because of federal regulations, funding. And for all staff and students on school buses. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve 10.05 in the agenda.
Ms. Halsted.
Second.
Was that second by Ms. Sigmund? All right.
Madam Chair, I would like to start off the conversation. First of all, when I proposed this idea and came to you and Dr. Taylor, I then called every board member up here, whether they agreed or disagreed. I didn't want any surprises. And so I appreciated everybody taking some time for me today. That's in trying to be transparent with the public. It is something that, you know, as board members, we do have to work with each other, despite where you may fall, think, like, not like, and all of that. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who took my call today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Dr. Chase?
Yeah, so I just have concern that this is coming for action, and it wasn't on the agenda that was published, so nobody has had an opportunity in the public to comment. And what I'm particularly concerned about is parents who wanted their children to continue masking. The bus is going to be potentially an issue, and we haven't allowed those folks to be heard. The bus is a very small space, and so I just have concerns about that. So I won't be supporting it. I also have concerns about the legality of it. As we know, the transportation, Federal Transportation Authority, CDC, whatever, I haven't had time to even look into questions of legality because this came today. There's nothing attached to it, so I won't be able to support it. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Would the motion maker and the second agree to add to that at such time that there is no requirement, federal requirement related to Head Start, that those facilities would be automatically exempt? Is that, I'm seeing the nods.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's fair.
I know that
I agree.
was the intent. I mean, I'm the one that wanted to add that in. I just don't want to put us in a position of potentially losing federal funding, which is 100% for Head Start right now. Okay. All right. Any other discussion, Ms. Guy?
Just two things. I was told, but I don't know, and we've been in meeting after meeting, and I was at school. I was at 2 different schools today, so I have not had time to do my own research, so I apologize. But I was told that on the federal level, I think, or maybe it's a state level, I apologize, but the OSHA, I think it is, will be making a ruling tomorrow as well. And then, so my question being new, I remember you guys having passionate discussions, not arguments, before I was on the board, about bringing things up for a vote before the public even gets a chance to digest it on the agenda. Doesn't have to come 2 or 3 times maybe, but at least just one time or some notice, where a board member can let their constituents know that they know are sensitive to this topic or this subject, or we could have gotten feedback from people who work in the facilities that we're talking about. So I'm just slightly confused why it's being done that way, as opposed to put this, you know, maybe Wednesday when the agenda came out or something, so that people could have had an opportunity. I do like talking to everybody and listening, and so I'm just very hesitant to vote on something that I found out about just a few hours ago. When we don't do anything like that, I thought. So,
Madam Chair.
I just don't, I'm not sure if I could even feel comfortable voting yes or no. Like, that's it, sorry.
Okay. Ms. Halsted.
So I hear what we're saying. I know, and I understand the public comment piece of it, but I also feel like everybody that came the last few meetings, teachers included, they all kind of said how they felt on the issue. Most of them were talking about the kids and whatnot, and we get that or whatever, but a lot of the teachers have also said that, and more so for the kindergarten, the younger classroom kids, you know, they've really asked to be heard, to have the masks optional for them so they can work with their kids more easily on their phonics or whatever they need to do and have the mask. So the reason why I think this is a good time to move it for action is that, I mean, we can wait and have it just become the law again, or we can proactively fight for our teachers and bus drivers who want that option as well, or staff, I should say, staff in general, who want that option. It's coming anyway. The federal emergency, it's supposed to end on March 18th, I believe. The federal emergency ends. There's no more, supposedly no more extensions on that. So a lot of this stuff will likely go away then. As far as the transportation issue is concerned, I did a little early research into it, Dr. Chase, not a lot, but just to, you know, kind of go, and I know there's several interpretations on that as well. But school buses were never considered public transportation until we needed for them to be considered public transportation. So and I'm not arguing it here as a matter of legality or whatever. I'm just saying that's the other side of the argument there, which is the school buses were made public transportation only by the CDC and not by some decree that they're public transportation. So for me, it's wholly appropriate for us to discuss this and to give our staff at this stage of the game the option to mask or not mask. I think it would be phenomenal for our kids to see their bus driver smile at them in the morning. I think it would go a long way to see a bus driver smiling at the kids saying, come on in, you know, have a great day. Because it's really hard for the bus drivers as well to communicate with the kids masked. That's all.
Dr. Warner.
I will not be supporting this, and I do appreciate that Ms. Randall did reach out to all of us and have this conversation. I just think that we do need a little bit more public input, because although there was a lot of people that came, there's a lot of people that didn't come. And a lot of people do have strong feelings about this. On a bus is a pretty closed space. I would rather we see how things have gone with the mask optional that we've already implemented. And I would like to give the public some time to have a voice in this decision. And so I will be not supporting it. Thank you.
Ms. Sigmund?
I will be supporting this because I realized I felt a little hypocritical by saying that our teachers or our citizens could decide for their children to remove their masks at school today, but they couldn't make that same choice for themselves. And, you know, I feel like it's more of an employer issue than anything else, that we are not making medical mandates for our employees, and this is just one I feel like we can lift for our employees that also has a positive impact on our students. So that would be an easy one for me.
Thank you. And I'm going to be supporting this motion because I think during the past month, was it only been a month, since we've had this issue before us. We've heard from many members of the public and also many staff people. And in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails, there were probably hundreds of staff people who said, please, if you're going to let the students take off the mask, let me take mine off as well. Not to mention the reports we've gotten from the early learners who can't see how to make the sounds or the reading. There was just so much that was interfering with their learning. So I'm going to be supporting this, and I thank you, Ms. Randall, for bringing it. And Ms. Guy, as to your concern, you're absolutely right. This is one of the things that we say we're not going to do, but there is an exception to every rule, and that's up to that's up to this board, and that's why we don't always agree, which is a good thing because we wouldn't need us if we all agreed. But you are right, it is not our goal to do this, but sometimes it just becomes, necessary. And if there is ever a point when any member on this board feels it's imperative to put something on, and, that we don't need to wait and the potential impact, talk to someone else, get a second, and you put it on. That's why we have the rule.
Well, then I just have an ask, and I'm okay with it. I am with the will of the board. After every vote, move on. You know me, no hard feelings. But the only thing I do ask, because it is slightly hypocritical, but it really resonated with me when I was watching you guys passionately discuss this, the person who was saying we have to let the public know we can't do things like this. When something like this comes up and we can talk about it and figure it out, I want it to go on our social media. I want the public to know. I want them to know at 12 o'clock when I knew, or, and I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that, if you have to wait till it gets here and then, but there's got to be a way that we can let people know, good or bad or indifferent, hey, this is a important item and we're bringing it up today. I'm not talking about something, petty or whatever, but something like this, I just wish we could have let people know. That's all.
Can I get some clarification? So is this going into effect tomorrow?
Yes. Yes.
I'd say it goes into effect as soon as it's passed.
Yeah. Can I just add one more thing?
Yes.
So one of the things that I feel is a gold standard for what we're supposed to do and how I feel, is that the teaching and learning is a partnership between students and staff. And, I want staff to choose what they need to choose for themselves. I do. But the essential gold standard is for that relationship with the kids. And I know our staff has been going over and above and beyond and upside down to make these relationships with these kids. But there's just something different that comes when you get to see the face, see the smile, and not just assume that the eyes are doing it for you. So for me, this is just taking our amazing staff that can and maybe want to, and then those that don't want to, they're still amazing staff, to a gold standard of teaching and learning.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a substitute motion that this go into effect, not go in effect until, today is Tuesday, till Thursday morning, because if I'm putting my child on the bus tomorrow morning, and I wanted them in and I thought the bus was going to have everybody masked, it gives me no time to realize that I need to drive my child instead. I mean, for me as a parent, this would really upset me. So that's my motion, that it not go in effect.
Do you want to offer that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, friendly amendment.
Is that, okay, the motion was, Ms. Halstead, are you willing to accept that, may have it go into effect on Thursday?
I just have a question first. Dr. Chill, you had said that you had N95 respirators. They were supposed to be coming in on Friday. They were for the kids or to the folks who wanted them. Have they been given out? That's all done. Is that something they can wear on the bus now?
We actually have KN95,
sorry.
which is the appropriate grade, and yes.
So you're talking about Thursday morning, so tomorrow. I mean, I don't have a problem. I mean, of course, I prefer to go tomorrow, but I can respect the fact that
Buses, but for the staff, there's no objection for it going into effect for a staff effect. So this is just for the buses?
Just for the buses on Thursday, I think that's a fair request.
Okay, all right, and Ms. Sigmund, did you second it?
My clarification was that staff would still have the choice
Tomorrow.
tomorrow, but buses Thursday.
So that's acceptable to you. All right, so the motion now is effective for staff immediately and for buses Thursday morning. Okay, so that's the motion we're voting on. And further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Dr. Chase?
No.
Ms. Guy?
No?
Ms. Halsted?
Yes.
Ms. Healy?
Yes.
Ms. Randall?
Yes.
Ms. Siegmund?
Yes.
Dr. Warner?
No.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
All right, that brings us to information items. We have 5 information items. If there's any questions about any of these, you can certainly feel free to contact Dr. Taylor, and he will share the response with the rest of the board because they will all be coming back to us at the next meeting for action. 11.01, approval of increases to previously approved school nutrition contracts for food, milk, bread, and non-grocery items. Any questions? No. 11.02, approval of request to the Stafford County Board of Supervisors for additional appropriations for the school division's Nutrition Services Fund, Workers' Compensation Fund, and Health Benefits Fund. 11.03, adoption of a school board code of conduct and school board governance handbook. Is this someone the board wants to discuss this evening?
I had one thing. I sent some proposed amendments or changes. One thing I wanted added that I don't think I sent in was some clarification of policy about how we schedule meetings. Of late, I've just been sent a Google thing, and then I think that is the meeting time, and it is sometimes a hardship to have a meeting just thrown at you and you're not given an opportunity to say, hey, that's really not going to work for me. And I understand, sometimes we can't get everybody there, but just as a courtesy, I would really like, it's easy enough usually to give me a phone call, so.
Well, usually the clerk is the one that schedules the meetings.
Or in the policies?
I don't know where the most appropriate place for it is, policy, handbook, both, something along that line, yeah.
That is something that we could articulate in policy 1108, which is the board's meeting policy.
Oh, which we're going to be looking at in a month or two?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So
Dr.
policy
Warner, did you have any?
There were some specific things that were questioned, so I'm going to start with the first page in the Code of Conduct. Ms. Halsted had asked for an item 4, reliable and verified information, and I just felt like those terms are a little limiting, especially since, sometimes we can't necessarily verify all of our data, or it's our responsibility to verify data. Staff gives us the best data they can. I think, this is that we're going to make policy decisions based on the best available data. This idea that we can always verify it, sometimes it's really more of a question between you have this choice and you have this choice. And sometimes neither choice is palatable, but we have to choose one.
Right, but just to.
So I just wanted some clarification.
Well, yeah, so the only reason why I put reliable and verified is just because there are so many sources coming at us, and it kind of goes to, where's the right source, who's the right source, where's the data coming from, are we getting objective information?
Excuse me, let Ms. Halsted finish, and then you can respond.
I just want to make sure.
After everyone else gets a
because it
chance to
says,
talk.
I will make policy decisions based on available information, which is fine, but I think the way information changes, then if we're pulling the trigger on something here based on available information, I haven't gone through to say, is that source reliable? Is this, is this a source we've used before in the past? Do we know about the integrity of this source? Then I feel like we're opening up ourselves to just saying, I just want more concrete wording in that so that we're held to a higher standard on the information that we're making policy decisions on. That's all.
And I appreciate that. It's just sometimes, that's why we ask questions, and that's sometimes why we defer decisions if we're not satisfied with, because I think staff provides us with the best information they can. Sometimes those decisions we make are timely, and we can't necessarily, if we wait till it's verified and absolutely, no doubts, we might not be able to make those decisions. It might paralyze our ability to move forward. So is there a better way you can think to phrase what you're trying to say?
Right at the moment?
Yeah. It's not a word problem.
It's all math to me. You know,
I would just say maybe the best available information. And I mean, it is really contingent upon us to do verification and to ask questions of staff is the way I look at it.
Couldn't we also say the best available, comma, reliable, comma, and verified information?
can we put after that to the extent possible or something?
Yes, that would be perfect. To
Okay.
the extent possible,
That's
I'm
it.
very happy with that.
But doesn't available sort of say that already?
You know,
Like,
I don't know because, you know, and I look at things now through
Hey,
the
if we have
lens of-
agreement, why are you arguing, Dr. Chase? It's getting late.
Details,
Okay, never mind.
she's a detail
I mean, you may argue if you want, but you're just going to extend this and you may be sorry what you asked for.
That's your West partner there?
Should we do that, or shall we do that?
That's funny.
I don't think we should.
Moving right along.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to add that
To the
in to
extent
the extent
possible.
available. These two ladies agree. I think we're good. Anybody else have
Number
anything?
4. Is everybody satisfied with their change? Okay, great. Moving right along to number 8. I was just not sure what you meant by the comment you made here. So, work to ensure changes are enacted through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all laws, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to schools and within the framework of accepted board governance. And the framework of board governance sort of follows this code of conduct. It was there. I wasn't sure what you meant by your comment. I was going to call you and I didn't get a chance.
Can you tell me what my comment was?
I think you said you wanted to discuss
You
it,
said
actually.
you said that you weren't sure.
Oh, right, no, I just wanted to make sure, is it, we're talking about our accepted board governance, this isn't like,
Right.
this is once we adopt this policy. Okay,
right,
that's all I
right.
wanted, that was all I
Okay,
really wanted, and I
okay.
wasn't sure if we were gonna look through all of this, and if you guys were gonna parse out the language or anything, so that's why I said that.
Okay.
Perfect.
So you're okay.
Okay.
Good. Moving along.
Moving along, item 13, I will refrain from making disparaging statements about fellow school board members, staff, and students, including but not limited to social media and public statements.
Oh, I mean, I just think, so, we both know social media can be very, I mean, that is a huge.
So is this an acceptable language, is the question?
Yeah, you wanted to add social media in there.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that all right?
So
Yes,
is
and
this
I wanted to
language
make sure
acceptable?
that, because we understood
Okay,
that social,
including
but we're
but not
talking about like
limited to.
school board, social media, like, are we talking about, when I was looking at it, like, we're gonna refrain from like going on like Stafford County Schools Facebook page and being like, you know what I mean, like, yeah, or even your own, correct. So, yeah, as long as you don't mind adding that, I'm fine.
So this language is acceptable is what
Yep.
we're at? Okay, perfect. See how fast we're going?
That's right. But you added as social media
I did.
and public.
And-
Is that what
and
you want?
public
And why don't we
statements.
take out that comma and put and in there?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
13 and. Okay, and then I think going further down this document, this sort of defines what we're doing. And if anybody has any specific comments, I think the only thing that I did want added is that we have a code of conduct for staff that we need to, item C, add the text for the, for a social media code of conduct so it matches. And then, if there are any other questions, please,
Well,
let me know.
I suggest that come out of the governance committee as a recommendation. And
Right.
because right now, we're just dealing with the board code of
Right.
conduct, but that's something that the governance
so the
committee, we
govern-
discussed.
Right.
But let's
We'll
put
discuss
that,
further.
yeah, let's put that forth separately, and that
Okay,
way
so
it won't
I will
interfere
just ask
with this
that
one.
people please review this. If you have any specific comments about changes, send them to Missy.
I just had one other thing. We had a speaker who talked about accountability and how our staff code of conduct has an accountability piece. It's my understanding that that might be a little tricky because we are elected officials, and so it's sort of like the voters hold us accountable and eventually. So I don't know if it's possible to put something in, and if so, what it would be. But I would just ask that you all explore that and let us know.
All right,
Madam
well,
Chair,
This
you-
is going to
you-
be coming back at the next meeting for,
Yeah, you actually do have an accountability piece in the state constitution, and we could do a legal citation if you'd like.
Okay, perfect.
all right, that's, this will come back for action at the next meeting.
So please get your comments to Missy before then so that we have time to incorporate them.
All right, and then Missy will share them with all the board. And thank you, Dr. Warner, for taking this on, and Ms. Guy for discussing. the changes. Yeah, I was there too, and Dr. Warner and I had a follow-up call.
And I won.
Thank you very much for, oh, hey, you can take credit. I got everything in there, right? All right, that brings us to 11.04, approval of a request to the Stafford County Board of Supervisors to appropriate the school division's carryover purchase orders totaling $21,937,063 from FY21 to FY22. That'll be coming back at the next meeting. We're just asking the board to reappropriate that to us so that we can use it for funding. 11.05, approval of the 2022-2023 bell schedule. I know we were fortunate to hear from our staff tonight, and we've gotten many emails and calls, and I know we've been invited to some of the schools as well. So do you have something for us this evening, Dr. Taylor? Because this will be coming back at the next meeting.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a delight to have a conversation about this before midnight and not after midnight. As my mother would say,
You do have a limit on your time. We're not.
evidently I have just a few hours before.
Isn't it 3 minutes? Oh, no, he's not a member of the public. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Well, as my mother said, nothing good happens after midnight, and I think she's right. I do just want to briefly touch on just a couple of things and hit some of the highlights that we didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about, and I added a couple of slides. The first one is probably the most important, and this is just our reality check for today. And our reality check as we go through this process, which is that there is no perfect schedule, or at least no perfect schedule that's attainable to us right now given our resources. Because if you were to ask parents and staff, they would tell you that there is a perfect schedule. It's 8:30 to 3 o'clock. And if we could get every single one of our schools and programs on a schedule from 8:30 to 3 o'clock, by golly, we'd do it. But we'd need 600 buses to pull that off. We don't have that. So we do have to make some concessions, and we do have to make some adjustments. And there are some things that are important. And to point out what those things are is to correct some of the deficits in our existing schedule. One, to have adequate and sufficient instructional time so that we do have a little bit of bank time, some on-time arrival and departure of kids, reduce strain on our staff who have to sit in the bus loop waiting for kids to get picked up. That's incredibly important. We heard a little bit of that tonight. I think we have some teachers who fear going back to a schedule that would have that. Efficiently using some of our transportation resources. And I'll be very transparent and say that all of the schedules that we're proposing are more efficient. However, they are not a completely efficient use, because we are also trying to provide some services that we haven't previously offered before, such as pickup of some of our travel students and adjusting some of the schedules for them as well. Consistent and improved travel times, reducing the ride time of some of our buses, and making sure that we have adequate support for some of our activities. And so here's where we landed. And you'll notice that my recommendation doesn't specifically have an order, although I will get to that order momentarily. The three main parts of this recommendation are a 6.5-hour instructional day, 3 tiers, which was a budget line in the budget that you just approved, to add 15 bus drivers to make that 3 tiers work, and at least 60 minutes in between buses. This was something that we had gone through before, and I won't go into too much detail, but having 6.5-hour school day would allow us sufficient bank time, so much so that I will come back to this board in April and possibly make a calendar request of you to exchange a couple of student days for some professional development days as well, because we would have sufficient bank time. This will also alleviate something that has absolutely been the bane of our teachers and parents, which is the asynchronous day, where that will no longer be something that we need to use as frequently as we have been of late. Important to note that things haven't gone perfectly in the past, so that when we get a little bit of institutional amnesia and we reflect back on the good old days and nostalgia takes a front seat, it's important to remember that even in the past, things didn't work perfectly, and that we still had bus delays and we still had issues, and part of those issues were tied to the fact that we had tiers that were the time distance between each tier was actually less than the routes that were needed to complete that transition. And so having sufficient time in between each tier would allow for us to say that we are not planning for any delays. Doing any different means that we were, in fact, planning to have delays. So we did a survey, and we've included all that information online. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time going through this because we did go through this before. We had great student participation and great feedback from our students, terrific feedback from our parents, and terrific feedback from our staff. Our staff and our parents were pretty darn evenly split between which tier should go first in terms of elementary or high, and so were our parents. Our parents and staff both pretty evenly split. Parents favored high school going first by a margin of 51%, and our staff favored elementary going first by a margin of 51%. There was some agreement that middle school should go in the middle, which is a delight, because all of our recommendations include that. So we're delighted to make 75.5% of our folks happy with that recommendation amongst a few others. So when we come down to our recommendations, it really goes down to this. We must return to a 6.5-hour school day. That was something that our parents had requested, our staff had requested, and our secondary students absolutely did not want. So that is a good indication that we should probably go back to the 6.5-hour school day. We do need to have enough bus time in between each tier to accommodate for at least a 45-minute bus run, which really means that we also have to accommodate for a transition time, and that transition time of an additional 10 to 15 minutes is a good margin. So where does that leave us? That leaves us at 60 minutes. No student starting earlier than 7 o'clock, 7:30, that was a staff request, and we absolutely honor that in our proposal. And to end as close to 3:30, which was a parent request, we came close. About 30 minutes close. And again, there is no optimal solution that gets us in the 3:30 range directly. An early time for high school students did accommodate a lot of requests from students and parents for after-school accommodation of activities and responsibilities, and it would also allow us to support some of our other secondary programs. One of the things that was important to our parents was supporting some of our travel programs. Although when we asked parents about their desirability to have students transfer to schools that had travel programs, they actually did not want that. So that actually put us in an inefficient environment where they had asked us very deliberately to not be efficient, to service their travel students' needs without transitioning their kids full-time or transferring their kids full-time. So there are pros and cons to everything, and this is a new slide that wasn't in the original deck, but it's noteworthy to put this out there for folks so that you can see that not everything is perfect and not everything has a cut and dry, easy answer one way or another, because we are in many ways balancing the logistical and the practical against some of the research that this board has consumed before. There is some research that definitely supports instruction for our youngest learners first. This schedule, a schedule that would have elementary school going first, does make our afternoon bus runs go smoother. It does. It would make them more timely. Daycare would only pretty much be needed in the afternoon for our youngest learners under this schedule, and about half, a little bit more than half of our staff supported this. But there are some cons too. Some of our youngest learners would have to leave the house very early to get to school on time. A majority of our students would have to be at a bus stop between 6:15 and 6:30, and that is something that definitely needs to be weighed, especially when it gets very dark at that time of day. It is just now starting to get light right before 7 o'clock, and that's not optimal for some of our youngest learners. CGS students would have a 0 period, which is a scheduling conflict for them. Even though that's a small group of folks, it is a challenge. And although our afternoon bus runs would be more timely, our morning bus runs would be less timely. So it is noteworthy that there are some pros and cons. The pros and cons of putting high school first, and again, we're not entertaining a middle school option because candidly, it's very logistically challenging to do that because of cascading geographies in the bus schedule. But morning bus runs would be more timely is a pro. A better chance of using more buses on all tiers is an issue for us, so a more efficient use of bus scheduling. This board had tasked me to come up with an efficient use of our transportation resources, and that is why high school is first. It is the most efficient use of our resources. After some after-school responsibilities, this would certainly lend itself to after-school work and after-school activities in terms of giving our students the maximum amount of time. Less overlap with morning and afternoon traffic for our student drivers. If you've noticed, rush hour in the morning in Stafford County is basically from 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock in the morning. There is no rush hour, it is rush hours. But our afternoon time, this actually would have a significantly less number of cars on the road for our high school drivers. There would be no 0 period for CGS, and that would be an improvement, and it was the parent preference just by a slight margin. However, there are some downsides, and it's noteworthy to point this out. That per some of the research that the board's consumed, this is a less optimal learning environment. Afternoon bus runs would be less timely, and our youngest learners would have the latest departure time in the day. Elementary daycare would need some for the morning and in the afternoon, so there is that balance as well. So a lot of this is weighing a lot of the pros and cons and considering all of the factors. There are passionate people on both sides of this discussion because it directly impacts them and it directly impacts the students they serve and directly impacts the students that live in their household. And that's important context, but it is no easy decision. There is no simple response. It is a counterbalance of those pros and cons. We talked a little bit about the services that we provide and the things that we would want to do. We talked about some of our recommended schedules. I will say I made a tweak with our transportation staff to a middle tier to reduce the number of elementary schools and to give you a sample student schedule as well as a sample staff schedule. I will say that middle tier with elementary schools that were selected is subject to change. A lot of this is going to largely depend on logistics and what would be the best fit, whether it's elementary that goes first or high school that goes first. They may change based on that, and a lot of that, I'll give you an example, has to do with the geography of the size of the routes that our buses would be going. We have 2 really significant trouble areas in terms of traffic management that need to be considered. The Garrisonville Elementary School, Rock Hill Elementary School A.G. Wright facility has 1 road going in to 3 facilities. And making sure we're balancing the times of those facilities is going to be a challenge so that we're not congesting out into Garrisonville Road and further, which is something that routinely happens. Another consideration is PM traffic on Telegraph Road and going deep off of Route 1 at Widewater. That is a deep concern and one that needs a lot of management and may even necessitate a more creative solution. If we were to reverse tiers, we would probably select different elementary schools in the middle tier as a result. So a lot of this is still subject to change based on the ridership, based on how many students are going to be in what zones, and how redistricting may or may not shake out may also influence some of this decision as well, because One of the considerations that the board is considering would have a direct impact on one of those trouble areas in particular, and so that may translate into several buses going into that road at a congested time, as well as several car riders as well. So we're managing all of that. We're paying attention to all of that. None of this is easy. None of this is a favorable decision set. The board has a lot to consider, and none of it is clear cut, as in this is the absolute best way to go or this is the absolute wrong way to go. There are, in fact, pluses and minuses to all options. So the recommendation that we put before the board is one that does improve our logistical operations and does give us the opportunity to make some enhancements at the secondary level. It does provide for us to have a field trip window in the middle of the day and for us to reinstate activity buses. And these are all things that we've been looking forward to for quite some time and just absolutely delighted to welcome back into our transportation program. So we do want to close this out to say that this is not an opt-in or an opt-out, but just please let us know what you're thinking. Option at the end of the school year, we'll be surveying parents and asking what folks intend so that we can start building some of our routes earlier this summer. We will circle back with folks. Folks can change anytime they want to let us know that they either do or don't want transportation. But what we'd like to do is not have streets full of empty buses rolling down the road because we've planned for superfluous routes. And we would like to get that as tight as we possibly can to utilize our resources best. But we do want to have that one-on-one touch with all of our families to make sure we are indicating their preferences quite clearly. And if we got it wrong, we can fix it easily. We'll be nimble enough to do that, but the key to that is planning ahead and getting started early. And so we'll be asking families at the end of April, beginning of May, what their thoughts are on next year. So with that, I have a bus count for you, which is a little bit more even than last time. And hopefully this will help us out tremendously because as you can think about it from a geographic standpoint, we start from a very large geographic area for our bus routes at our 5 high schools, and one of our early learning centers in the Phoenix Center is the entire county. And having those bus routes will likely be the longest, and they will be the most geographic spread. It is an advantage in the morning to do that very first. Then going to our second largest bus routes, which is our middle school tier, tackling some of our trouble areas and going to another large bus zone, which is the Rocky Run area. So we're kind of spreading some of our buses around and positioning ourselves better for that last tier, which is our shortest bus routes, which is our elementary tiers. And even some of our short bus routes are actually quite long. The Margaret Brent attendance zone is as big as many middle schools, and Stafford L is also as big as many middle schools. So we even have some big geographic areas in the third tier as well. This is how many buses we project that we would need at each tier to service our daily use. It is important to note that we are planning on and accounting for the fact that we anticipate at least 10% absenteeism rate every day. This is an area that we want to plan ahead for so that we have well-trained drivers to step in and that we're not scrambling to do double up routes and that we're not having that double back or even triple back scenario where folks are an hour plus late to school every day, which has a cascading effect on each tier. That we actually have a planned redundancy and a backup plan across the board. And you all have made that possible with the adoption of your additional 15 buses in your budget. So this is where we are today, and the board has a couple of things to consider as it goes with this, and this is an information item that will come back to the board next month as well.
Any questions for Dr. Taylor? Ms. Sigmund?
I have a couple, so I'll just ask a few. I have 2 on the data itself. when I took my survey as a parent, it did give me the option to select, am I a parent or am I a parent and a staff person? How did those parents who are also staff factor into the data here?
Duplicated. So they were not, you were counted in both camps.
Okay, and then you had said that, I think on slide 12, that early high school end time to accommodate additional student responsibilities, but then they also, on slide 8, said that they want to start late. So,
Yeah.
like,
They want the best of both worlds.
They also
Right.
wanted a 5-hour, they wanted a 5-hour day. They wanted a 5-hour instructional
My
day.
favorite was their acknowledgement that they needed at least 6 hours, but that 5 hours was going to work better.
and I wrote down the question, it was like, wait, they said they want this, but then you're saying that they want this, and I realized they've said both, because that's what teenagers do. And they were playing us against
It's
each
either
other.
brilliant or we need to spend more time in math.
Yes.
Maybe both.
And then I guess did you say that we're eliminating the need for double runs? I mean, Garrisonville, the land of a lot of people in small
Yeah,
space?
we are targeting not having that need.
And then, is there really no option to get rid of a 0 period with 6 months' notice?
So part of the
Or
challenge
CGS?
with CGS is we are also working with partner school divisions and partner schedules. There is always the option that the CGS board could make a schedule change and solve that problem for sure. But it is a third party. They are not part of our reporting structure, even though we are a majority of their students, and certainly house them for part of their programming.
Thank you.
Ms. Holstead?
I just have 2 questions too, which are data questions based on just trying to figure this out. So you have that 51 on your respondents. So I don't know if you can find this out, but how many of the teachers that were surveyed or the staff were elementary school teachers versus high school teachers? Like, is that?
Yeah, we could split that data out for you if you
Just curious
if you
to see,
wanted.
because there's some respondent bias in there. That also leads me to, for the parent side, how many of them were parents of high schoolers and elementary school students, or just high schooler? You know what I mean? Like, is there a way to
Yeah,
just to kind
there
of
are
filter?
thousands of ways that you could split out
You
that
could,
data.
but I would just be curious to see what makes
Right.
up that, only because they're so closely related.
Sure.
If they were so divergent, I wouldn't pay so much attention to it, but I'm just curious to
I
know.
might ask you to delineate specifically what you're asking for, and then we can
Go
capture
in and
that
grab it?
data
Cool.
set for you.
Okay, great.
But, I mean, that's why we also included all the raw data, so that if folks really wanted to spend time with that data set and become acquainted with it, they could, but we can certainly cut it to answer those specific questions if you really wanted.
Ms. Sky?
I had 2 questions, but then off of what Ms. Sigmund was saying about if we were to stay what it is now, to try and eliminate that 0 period, I believe it's called, which has nothing, we don't make that decision, but is that something that we could advocate for? Is there something that we could do, or do we just?
We have 1 vote.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with CGS is they do these multi-site broadcasts, and so all the other sites start on the early schedule. So it's challenging. I can certainly take it to the board and ask them about that. I get 1 vote, and the other divisions, other 3 divisions
Also
each
get
get
1
1 vote, and 3 to 1, I'm probably going to lose, but I can certainly ask the question.
Okay.
And I will.
My other thing was, I really wish that the board had asked you for the most efficient schedule for instructional time, since we're really in the business of instructing, not necessarily, I mean, I know it's important that we transport the children as well, but instructional time, I think, is incredibly important. So I would have loved to have seen what the bell schedule would look like with the optimal instructional time. Do you know what I'm saying?
Hours a day, we'd have them here until midnight. No, I do understand what you're
Okay.
saying, and I think that there's not an easy answer to that. There's definitely research to support a schedule that looks like the one that we have.
Absolutely.
But it is a balancing act.
Yes.
And it is making that decision and the choice. I will say that there is one absolutely critical, non-negotiable instructional decision that I put before this board, and that is to have 6.5 hours of
Okay.
instructional time.
And then the only thing, at our current bell schedule right now, what percentage are we late on a regular basis?
You know, we're doing very well, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Baldwin here, but I think we're around 1% or less right now. We're doing very well.
That's fantastic. Congratulations and thank you.
It is not without sacrifice, I would say.
I'm sure.
And it is not the most efficient way to go. And we could be utilizing our transportation network better with wider tiers, candidly. And we are physically running out of buses. I will say that Mr. Fulmer delivered probably some of the best news I'd received all day today, which is that 5 more of the buses that we ordered in the fall showed up. Last spring, excuse me, yes, last spring's order.
Last
Yeah.
May.
So.
Last year.
Yes. So it's great that more buses are starting to show up, but that is becoming more and more of an issue where we're in the place right now where we are trying to outfit those buses with radios. We have supply chain gaps with that. We're almost at the place where we might even consider pillaging decommissioned buses for some of their parts to equip with radios. It's kind of in that dire of a situation, and as valuable as a schedule is, unless you have the buses and the drivers to support it, it's only as good as those resources that you have.
Thank you.
Ms. Randall?
So I understand other counties are like, oh, Stafford got it right, so they're trying to raise their bus pay to make us compete with them. But I have for me, I'm concerned because high school this year was so hard for high school kids. So many of the programs, activities, sports, jobs, everything just kind of like fell apart on their backs this year. So even for instructional, we heard kids at the beginning of the year that missed their first block for weeks because they're on an AB schedule, not the XY, so they didn't even attend, which is a challenge. But my other thing is there any way, I know Dr. Warner alluded to this earlier, is there any way to put both early childhoods in the middle and maybe, I don't know, maybe an elementary at one, like instead of 3 elementaries in the middle, maybe split 1, 2, and 3, and I'm just curious if we could try to get them with their shared services on a shared time?
It's really tough. And I'll tell you what some of the challenges, it's actually twofold. The way that this particular proposal is scheduled, our early childhood buses would be the same. So the same buses that service Rising Star would also be serving North Star. Now, the advantage to that is that you have bus drivers that are used to working with our youngest learners. There's a certain level of additional care that goes with our youngest learners and how they're dropped off and how they're picked up and adult supervision and a whole host of other things to making sure that that goes smoothly. And the second biggest issue is geography. It is literally half the county for both of those schools. They are extraordinarily long bus routes. It would take 13 buses out to have them run at the same time.
Is there any way to either get them like first and second or second and third as opposed to, or is it still that same understanding?
Again, we would have to we'd have to make some constrictions because their bus routes are already going to be more than an hour.
Okay.
So could we move them onto their own unique schedule and tighten it up a little bit? Yes, a little bit, and move them onto their own, in between tiers. Yes, that's possible. Is it optimal? Probably not, just because of time, because it is the same bus. So the folks that would be doing the morning Rising Star route would then, as soon as they are complete with that route, turn right back around and go up county to do the North Star route. And that's just how we have it's scheduled right now, and it would take about a dozen buses out to do something different with those buses, because it is effectively taking them out of commission for a 2 tiers, no matter what. And the question is how would that work? And in 4 tiers, that's easier, but in 3 tiers, it's not.
Okay.
So we're talking about buses, just for clarification. The 60 minutes, we're not devoted to that time frame. Is there wiggle room there, or we are devoted, if we
Not
do
at
this
all.
schedule, that's the 60?
If
that's the
you
one.
want the buses to, if you want students to arrive on time and depart on time, you need 60 minutes between tiers.
Okay, so it's really non-negotiable in terms of just the on-time piece. But if we're talking about instructional time, like a lot of people were like, why does elementary school have to end at 4 o'clock? Why can't it end at 3:40 or 3:30, or where'd the hour come from? I mean, I know where the.
These are probably the three things that you should not change. That
Okay.
leaves a lot of wiggle room for other things to change.
Right,
but
right.
These are the three things that you should absolutely not change. You're gonna need at least 6.5 hours if we wanna pull out of pandemic issues
Right.
with instruction. We're gonna need that learning time for sure. We're gonna need that bank time as, snowpocalypse or snowmacron or whatever you wanna call it has taught us. Reducing to 3 tiers definitely will allow for us to have 60 minutes.
Okay.
Is 60 minutes great? No. But everything west of 95 and some areas east of 95, that's some pretty significant geography for those bus routes to go. And, part of the challenge, and I think that this is hard for some folks to get their heads wrapped around, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, is that if we had 35 minutes between tiers and the bus routes were 45 minutes, we were effectively planning to be late. And so the time between the tiers needs to be more than 45 minutes because there is also drop-off time and there is also pickup time. So if you're planning for that 10-minute cushion of drop-off time and transition time at the school, and maybe a 5-minute allowance for whatever, because stuff happens, traffic, et cetera, you've still got a 45-minute bus route, and that's still a pretty long bus route, but that's how Stafford County is right now. Very narrow roads, not a ton of road infrastructure, and you have some rural communities where you have to send a lot of buses out into a pretty significant amount of geography to pick the kids up.
So nickel diming the time value on either end is just gonna get us back to where we started.
It's gonna put us back into a delayed state.
Okay.
Any, Dr. Chase?
Yeah. So what happens if we don't get the funding for those 15 additional staff?
Well, we are back to the drawing board, and I would say that we probably need to do a whole host of things before we consider what that would look like.
Okay, so I hope that that's made clear tomorrow night, because that's an important thing to let our funding body know, given that they have been very vocal about being upset about how transportation went at the beginning of this year. I would really like to see a schedule that has elementary first before we vote on this, and to allow people to comment on that as well, because I'd be interested to see what that would look like as well, especially after hearing from so many elementary school teachers. You're telling me that it's going to take us 60 minutes to get elementary school students home, and we're not letting them out till 4. So that's, I assume, if traffic is perfect. So we may have elementary school students not getting home till 5:30.
Closer to 5.
Yeah, on a Friday, 5:30. And that's of concern to me. So I'd just like to see it. I don't know what that would look like.
It would look remarkably similar to what's proposed, just scratching out high school and writing in elementary and then switching the two.
Well, but you've said there are efficiency issues, so if indeed there are efficiency problems, does that really work? So I'm asking, I want to make sure that it really works. I'm a little concerned, what we see every year is elementary school students take longer the first week to get on and off the bus, and for the bus drivers to learn the students and all of that. Is it possible with this 6.5-hour instructional day for us to use some of that bank time to start elementary school a couple of days earlier, so that the bus drivers are just driving elementary school students for the first 2 days, so those kids can learn the bus routes and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's definitely worth a worth some consideration. Having an adjusted start for different learner groups is definitely worth consideration.
Okay, that's just a question. And then, you know, I understand about the concern about the early hours, but I have heard from some parents who have high school drivers, and the fact that starting early means those children are driving at night, or in the dark, to get to school. And then I just wanted to mention the mental health piece, and there's quite a bit of research out there about sleep and depression in adolescents, and that poor sleep hygiene is associated with depression, and so I'm concerned about that as well. But I would like to at least see this flip thing as an alternative to just look at, if that's okay.
Do you want that sent to the board? I think there's some timing, timing is fairly critical. Or can we put it on for information again? Do we have time to do that?
Absolutely.
Why don't we get that sent to the board and post it on the, we can post it on the website at the same time it's sent to the board, and then we'll plan on putting this on for information again at the
Yeah,
next
because
meeting.
wouldn't want to do that without allowing people to comment on an alternative.
So we'll have the, on for information.
To agree, I would like to see what the schedule looks like and try to parse out which one of those elementary schools would then be adjusted to that middle section. I just think that people need to have some idea, you know, in talking to, you know, one of the things that concerns me about having the high school go first is that many of our elementary school kids are going to be in before school care. So by the time they get to school, they've already spent 2 to 3 hours. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they're going to be toast. So I'd really like to see what that schedule looks like.
Ms. Sigmund?
If there's a way of knowing which schools might flip to that second tier with an elementary start, I also had concerns about kind of those learning days for elementary. My brain went a different direction than an earlier start. Is it possible to have a monitor on elementary buses for the first week, 2 weeks, so that the driver can drive and the monitor can get the kids on and off? Well, you had said previously you wanted to have extra for the floating bus monitor thing, so just like a week or two, if there, or even, I don't know, maybe pinpoint those routes to have increased coverage if there's a lot of kindergartners on, for example. Because I know that those are things that they have to watch for, and on top of getting to where they need to be on time, if there are routes in particular to increase the monitor help for the first time period, week, 2 weeks, whatever it is, to make sure that everybody knows what they're doing, you know, as far as the kids are concerned.
I would say wherever the board lands, please judge us by September, not by August, is definitely sage advice for anybody, as it is a transition. It is an adjustment, and each day will be better than the last, but it's noteworthy to know that day one will run longer and we'll have issues just because it is the first day of school. But yes, that's a great point.
But everyone will have a bus route.
That's the idea.
That's an improvement over last year with
Which
the
is a
driver.
huge improvement.
And the bus.
Hey, we had routes, we didn't have
That's an-
drivers.
That's an improvement.
And a driver, right?
Yeah, we were going
And a
down.
bus, a physical bus, if they show up.
Oh, Herbies.
Who knows? From last May's?
Yeah.
I just
Sky
wanted to piggyback off of what Dr. Chase said. I thought that was a great idea about maybe 2 extra days for elementary, but then I saw a parent saying no, and then I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not a great idea because, you know, I don't want anyone to be penalized if their family is still on vacation, or can we do something for the educators in those schools? Do they get 2 extra vacation days or personal days? I just want to make sure that we just do, you know.
I would try not to conflate the calendar with this decision,
Okay.
because, you know, how you shake out your bell schedule is certainly going to be one thing, and that might be a strategy to look at how we even work with transitioning learners in 6th grade and 9th grade and a whole host of other things too.
Okay.
But I would just advise that you treat them as independent things, not necessarily one giant.
Okay, I will, but I do think that's a good idea if we could do it so that we're not pissing off people.
Ms. Randall?
So one of the things, and I really hope that Dr. Chase can, if the elementary ends up going first, I really am, and have said this several times, that I don't really feel like it's very fair that, and I know the governor's school kids don't want the 0 period. By and large, they don't want it. But there are a lot of kids in the high school that would like that early start and don't have that as an option. So I find it to be a little bit of an equity issue when that comes up. But the other thing, and I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again, similar to what Dr. Chase is saying, but I also think that what I have heard abundantly clear from drivers is that elementary kids have really slowed down the day, and it piles up on the middle, and it piles up even further on the high school. Not just in the first week, it has been, an issue that's gone on until we've done what we've done. But I do think, though, that we have some really talented high school kids, and I've actually seen Mr. Reichert, and he might be a really fun one to put in this too. Sorry, I don't mean to call on your staff, but I think they need to put together some sort of you have your kindergarten first or whatever, they need to put together a video of how to get your because it's nice when you read the notes, but honestly, done. But I think it would be really helpful to do a video on how to get your kid going on that first day, and also car riders. Because every principal at the elementary school will tell you that first day where every parent parks their car, gets out, walks around their car, you've got someone to open the door, but they don't care. Opens up their door, puts their backpack on their kid, hugs them, kisses them, couple FaceTime, whatever. And, it's like...
Or leaves the car running and escorts them to the first class, yes.
Here, let me help you. What?
With
No.
tears.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so I just feel like a little bit of help.
Guilty.
A little bit of, push to, hey, don't be this parent kind of thing. I think would be helpful to, even if you let them go a couple days early, but at the minimum, putting up some, make it fun, make it whatever. Our high school kids are amazing in that area, and your staff as well. So anyways, it's just a thought and a concept. Thanks.
Well, you've articulated one of the pros and cons is that, yes, the elementary students, just in their onboarding and offboarding of the buses, do add time.
Yes.
And that does slow the AM, but it also speeds up the PM as a result. So that's one of the trade-offs, absolutely.
So I think, just looking at this and wanting to hear more, I'm honestly, either they're going to be in early care in the morning or aftercare in the afternoon, because there's still a window of time there that the parent is likely working. So it's one or the other. So it does go back to instructional time. But I think, just from some of the high school students I've heard from, and my concern is, there doesn't seem to be a balance. Like, the high school kids really do need the after-school time for more serious things, because they're preparing to go out into the world. So they need to, one of my high school students emailed me, and, she's like, I can't build a college resume because I can't volunteer, I can't work, I can't do anything. And she's in a sport, and she's practicing before school. So it's difficult, to weigh sleep into instructional time to whatever. So I'd like to see what they're talking about, but I feel like we have to add some real life variables in there, like, just whether we like it or not, some real life hard variables into the data.
Okay, and I'll wind this up. We passed that. You don't have to wear it anymore. It's a choice. We did say it was effective immediately, right? Okay. All right. So the rest of you guys out there, it's optional. And anyway, I have some concerns about North Star going first, and we're talking about potentially 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. And I just, I have a big problem with the 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds waiting in the dark for a bus. So that's just something that it concerns me. So I don't know if there's nothing we can do. I don't know.
But it's been that way for you.
No, not the, it's not, they're not on the first, are they now? Are they all out there at 6 o'clock? The preschool, the 2-year-olds?
Yeah. Yeah, second tier.
When my daughter was in it, we got on the bus at 6:15.
Wow.
And so
Well,
school
but
started
see,
at
but see, that's when we had one head start.
But my point though is that was historical, and they've done it that way. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like, it has
yeah,
happened,
but-
and they were.
But
they still
the
have
good
it.
thing, when we ended up opening North Star, we could cut those routes,
Yes, I agree.
because before, kids from the whole county were all going down to Melchers. So when we added North Star, the concept was, okay, these kids won't have to be out there so early. It just, it concerns me to have those little babies, out there waiting for a bus.
Well, right now, they run on the middle school tier, and we propose.
What time are they out there now?
So they're out there roughly 45 minutes before the 8:20 bell, or excuse me, the 8:55 bell.
So they're out there 7-ish.
Yes, but understandably, they are some of our longest routes. And so 85 minutes is one of the longest routes that we have. That's one of our wide water. So when we proposed this, it was giving both centers more buses to help reduce some of the ride times.
So I
So
thought
right
you-
now, you're only looking at 7 or 8 buses per school at each tier. I mean, for
Is
each
that what the
center.
federal government's funding, the buses? I thought the federal government pays for the Head Start buses.
Yes, but we also have VPI programs there as well, so
Mhm.
So
we've
that's
got
the 2
some
and the
mixture of early
3-year-olds,
childhood special
yeah.
education. So this would increase the number of buses we have at the early childhood centers, which would reduce ride time.
Yeah, well. Thank you. Well, some of it's not just the Head Start, it's the Virginia preschool, which is the 2 and 3-year-olds.
Mhm.
And they wouldn't be covered by the policy council. But anyway, that's hard for me to get my hands around. We're gonna have 2-year-olds out there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And they're not now, you're saying?
Right,
They're
they're
not
not
there,
now.
they're not there at 6 now,
No.
so.
Some of them start, some of the earliest pickup times are in that first tier, which is about 7:30, 7:40 timeframes. That would be the
That's-
the earliest
For early
times.
childhood.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's a big start. Do we still have AM and PM?
No.
So we just have one? Okay.
We do have certain middays for the early childhood side.
Well, that's what I
Yes.
thought, we have an AM and PM. And this is like a public advertisement for me, and it has nothing to do with the bell schedule, but every year I've asked, can we please set up some, emergency pickup routes for snow days, so that we know there's certain areas of the county where the buses just can't get in, no matter what. These streets will never be clear, they don't have room to turn around. And we have to close the schools because there's just there's a few places we can't go. And for years, we've talked about, or maybe not the past 4 years, but prior to the past 4 years, we talked about, wow, gee, if we had an emergency pickup, then, we could have parents take the kids to that pickup, and then we'd be able to send a bus there, and we wouldn't have to close school. Because sometimes we'd have to close school for a whole week, because VDOT couldn't get to certain, outlying areas. So if that's something that in between now and, when the snow starts for next year, you can think about that. That might save a lot of angst in having to close schools just because we can't get to a certain place. Particularly when it's, people say, oh my gosh, my streets are perfectly clear everywhere I look. It's clear, but why are you closing school? Well, I mean, we have transportation. We could certainly check it out, but it's something.
I'm just asking because I honestly don't know. Like, if I'm the parent and I don't have a car because they rely on the bus, am I supposed to walk in? I mean, I know my grandmother walked in the snow. But I'm just asking.
It would require a lot of investigation before making
well, it's something
any
that's
type
just-
of determination.
I was just curious.
Yeah, because we would also want to set thank you. We'd want to set policy boundaries as to the distance we'd want somebody to be able to travel, and you know, we would have to be very clear about what the expectations were and investigate what that would look like. You know, some of it is debris. Some of it is related to ice. Some of it is actual road conditions and width and a whole host of other things. But that's a wonderful notion. Having an alternate bus route that maybe extends a wider circumference around a person's house definitely creates a flexibility that really could be a game changer for us. And I will say, may have had an influence this year in weather calls if we'd had an alternate route for a couple of our days.
Well, I mean, if it's not practical, that's okay too, because I've been asking for it for about 15 years. 15, no, not the first 7, I was pretty quiet here, you know, after that.
Well, we got some really smart people that work here, so,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
we'll
it's just,
figure it out.
it is unfortunate when we have to close school because we can't get to, you know, certain cul-de-sacs or something that you just can't turn the bus around. But anyway, all right. Well, we are 4 minutes before 10 o'clock. If there's no objection, we're going to close the meeting. And we'll see you all tomorrow at 5 o'clock for the joint budget work session with the Board of Supervisors.
Right, Maya?
At the County Government Center.
Maya's cooking dinner.
They are not feeding us, so eat before you come.
Since they're not feeding us, Maya's cooking dinner.
Oh.
No. Also, I made a decision.
Yes.
I know you didn't.